Hey Sylvia, were the corrections made on the budget?
No, we're gonna go through those today. We didn't want to make any corrections and then get people confused.
Got it.
And I'll actually start the meeting and I can actually start with that, Sylvia, and even before we start the work session, maybe you can pull up the document. Okay, so we are calling to session for September 1st, 2020, City of Sunset Valley, and we're going to start tonight with a work session, which will run from 5 to 6 p.m. And then we will go from that, we will roll into our budget hearing. And so we are opening the meeting at 5:05 p.m. The budget hearing will start at 6, and there's not a set format for the workshop. And so what I was hoping we could do during the workshop is address questions or concerns or areas where either council members or if there are residents in attendance, if there's areas of the proposed budget that just need clarification or explaining. And then when we go into the budget hearing, hopefully we can start getting more into the meat of what we want to change. And then Sylvia, if you could put what I have started, council members, and what I will continue tonight when we get into the hearing. If I hear council members, so I do know that we will have residents who propose suggestions, but if I know that it's something that a council member is proposing, I'm going to add it to this bullet list. And so that way all of us can follow it. The idea being we don't necessarily, we're not voting on a final budget tonight, but so that we can keep track. For example, what Rudy just referenced, these first two items represent corrections. So those are simply funds that we have now discovered were not in the mayor's budget. They need to be allocated. So one way or another, we will have to have clear direction from council as to what to do with that money. As I hear council members suggest other clear changes, we'll add them as a bullet. And that way it becomes easy, whether it's tonight, next Tuesday. At some point, what I will do is ask that we make a motion for each individual change so that council members know that they can vote on each one of those. And then based on which ones we all agree on, those will be part of the final budget that gets adopted. And so right now, the only two that I have clearly heard, there's one that came from Councilmember Medicus, which was to add back something that I had removed, which is $4,000, and she can go in during work session or budget hearing and explain why she has suggested the addition of that $4,000. CED, which I think through sponsorship from Councilmember Ellett, and then I also saw that the chair of CED, Penny, she posted in the public comments for this evening, they are requesting that we add $2,500. So again, this list doesn't represent what council has said they do want to include, but it will make it so that we have a clear list of where council members may want to deviate or where we need to deviate to make sure the budget is clean and balanced, separate from the mayor's proposed budget. And so again, with that, we don't have a set process. So Sylvia, I'm going to start by, based on conversations you've had with council members, if there's anything you think should be highlighted or reviewed, and then I'll go to see if there are any questions from council members, and then I will open it up to the public.
Okay, Mayor. So I'm just going to start with the budget and explaining sort of the process and how we got to where we are and how we will go through any corrections that any one of the council members or the public would like to see. The sheets are labeled with the columns up on top, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and the line numbers to the left, 1 through. So if you would reference whatever that cross section is, D7, for example. That would certainly help us be able to track where those corrections go. The other thing that you will see here is this budget does look a little bit different. It is what is in OpenGov. I literally took a copy and paste of OpenGov and brought it over here. Susanna created something called the budget process, which is staff recommendation, then the budget and finance committee recommendation, then the mayor's budget recommendation, any changes or any corrections that we have to make, and then the notes regarding changes to the budget and why those changes took place. from a very high level perspective, most of what we did, critical, is we did not allocate the $10 per resident per month for solid waste. So there was a reduction in utility sales for that amount of money because we weren't going to receive that revenue. And you'll see that's in the revenue sheet. We also reduced the amount of transfers in, which in Sunset Valley, transfers in count as revenue. So some of you I know say it's a double count. It feels that way, but we'll go into fund accounting later on or through some different meeting. On the expenditure side, what is probably the biggest expense cut is that we took out project expenses. We took out about 95% of the project expenses that were in the budget and plan to move those to a capital budget item. I want to be very clear, we did not allocate those monies to anything else. So it's not like we spent it. It's not like we put those monies in other funds. They just went back to the reserve or to the fund where they came from. That's the vast majority of the decrease in expenses. The other piece is obviously because those funds don't need transfers, those subsidies also went down. It's a pretty elaborate transfer game that goes on within the funds. So that's why you see those reductions. And then there's a lot of zeros on the sheets because we left a lot of things the same. And you can see the big ones are projects. And then the other big expense reduction was in the hot fund item. And that's where the majority of quote unquote the parking lot lies. There was a parking lot that was created by the Budget and Finance Committee for items they thought would maybe bear discussion later on at the council level. And so what the mayor did is she opted to let the council make those decisions. She made what she felt were the hardest decisions or the more difficult and was going to leave the others to the council to determine what it is they really wanted and to the community to that extent. There's been a lot of farmers market discussion, and I'll let the mayor jump into that here shortly. But that's it at a very, very high level.
And so let's, before I hand it over to residents who are in attendance and have specific questions or concerns or areas where they want to maybe talk to staff to understand it or question council members about where they stand on a particular funding issue. Do we have any questions from council members or any areas? And even if it's not a question, maybe if there's an area that a council member feels would be helpful for Sylvia to dive into a little deeper, this would be a good time for that. Okay. Let's start with, oh wait, hold on. Sylvia, can you give, there you go, okay. Councilmember Medicus.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had in looking at the OpenGov section for the mayor's budget and looking at the most critical factor in determining which request should be incorporated, should include the essential versus non-essential. And I know that that has been our theme since COVID, and it's how the Budget and Finance Committee and how the other committees looked at their budgets or what they were asking for, essential versus non-essential. But now I'm seeing some things that are coming in that are not essential. And so I'm just wondering, where are we with that overall as we move into what to add or take out? What's our philosophy on moving forward with that mindset?
So Sylvia can add to this. I would say council adopted a definition for essential services very early on in COVID, and it is a very bare bone. Essential service means truly essential things: public safety, streets, water. I mean, it is pretty early on. We were deviating from that definition, which was based on COVID, and it was based on offering only the most essential city services that were required to offer to residents. So for me in the budget process, to use that definition wasn't very helpful, which is where I didn't create it, but it's, I think, where the birth of the bronze, silver, that started to come about, because we didn't change our definition of what is essential.
So that's my question now is, where are we on that definition and how do we move forward from
So
that month?
we still have the same definition of essential. So I think if we were to change the definition of what an essential service is in the city, we're going to go back into the same quagmire that Budget and Finance was in when they were put in the position of trying to define it, which is what is essential to one. Trails was a good example that came up a handful of times. Trail maintenance, to many, that is considered an absolute essential service. To others, they would say, based on the definition of the city and its essential services, that is not essential service. So that's a high level example. Sylvia may be able off the top of her head to come up with other examples where it gets it gets gray very quickly as to what people think is essential versus non-essential. So the committees didn't factor that in. So if we're going to change that now, we could certainly change the definition.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm asking is that was when we were just marching into the COVID quagmire, which changed everything for how we looked at the city budgeting. And now we're well into that and we're still in it. But in looking at now what changes or what we should be considering to add to the budget, I was just wanting to hear the thoughts from other council members as to, do we not use those definitions anymore?
Yeah, and I think if you're trying to throw out suggestions, we could change the definition, or we could add a definition which is essential plus. That's another term I heard thrown around in the various committees and discussions, although I don't think it had a formal adopted definition to it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, certainly council could say this is how we want to define that. The question then would also be when, and even if we define that, it still doesn't prevent council members on their own from sponsoring something they want funded. It just provides an easier justification for council to either approve it or deny it based on that definition.
I understand. And since this is a work session, the way I work, it's helpful for me to hear what other council members are thinking, since we really don't have any other time to have those discussions. So that's what I'm open to listening to people's thoughts here, and I'd like to hear what people are thinking.
Councilmember Reitz?
Yes, so if I would respond to Councilmember Medicus, I would say that the better definition might be essential plus. I think that in the beginning we were very conservative with our revenue projections, and we were very pleasantly surprised that it wasn't quite as dire as we thought it would be. So our funds are healthier than we projected. So I think there is some wiggle room. If there's needs to be a definition, I'm happy to go with the essentials plus. The other point I want to make, I think it would be helpful for council members and for our public, any residents, to understand the process in which we will go forward, in which we can make changes to this budget. We do have a process where we can do budget, approve budget changes. And so we have a whole parking lot list of items, and most of those items in that parking list are in that lot because we can't do those activities now because of COVID. And if COVID is lifted, if it goes away, if we have a vaccine, we might want to be able to do some of those things. So what would be helpful is a clearly defined process and how this comes before the council to make these budget changes. And is it like usually we do those changes quarterly. And so we might want to build in a little more flexibility in that. So somewhere along the line, I'd like that process to be outlined so everybody's aware of it, particularly all of our residents. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Medicus? Sorry, I said Councilmember Medicus. I meant Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in the Essential Plus camp, but I think that the important thing to sort of say to the residents who are out listening is that we were pretty dramatically off in our projections, and I think that people should know that at this point we were only 8% down from our projections from the year before, not 80. So that's a pretty significant difference. And even if we only had 50% of our revenues come in next month, which would be it would still take us to only 10% down for the year. So that's where we are right now. And I think that that's an important thing to go into this discussion with. So that leads me to Essential Plus. And for next year, you know, my wild bad projection would be 20%, not 25. So that's just me doing math. So I think that Councilmember Medicus has the right of things, that we really do need to start at what our theories are and what our process is. And for me, I would like a complete look at what gets added in and what gets called plus. I think we thanks to the hard work of Budget and Finance, came to a place where they both got us to bare bones budgets when we needed to, and they looked at the next year and they came up with, again, essential services that we needed. And then there's the question of what we add back in. Well, I really hope that everything gets on a level playing field, which to me is a little bit different than the mayor's proposed budget. I think that all things that we subsidize should be looked at, because if not now, when? And one of the things that I think that's important is that were we to even fix, and I know it's a challenging thing to do, certainly without the one subsidy that's large, which is the elephant in the room that we're not even looking at yet, is to have only fixed that would take the entire delta of the deficit right now. That would be the entire deficit. Nothing else would have to have been touched. And so that's to say how important it is to look at everything as a whole. And then, and certainly not ignore the largest part of the subsidy. So the easiest one to tackle, of course, is solid waste, and we're adding to that. And when the other subsidies that we had, whenever we decided a long time ago we weren't going to keep adding to the subsidy and that we were going to be sort of neutral about that. So I think that's something certainly worth talking about because that was a policy we came up with for trying to limit the wastewater, that we would no longer subsidize more than that, and when we would pass costs along. So I just think the theories of those things are the high-level things we should be discussing at this point, and then look at other things in a more egalitarian manner. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosengarten?
I thought we were going to be talking about the budget, not our feelings. So are we going into line item by line item, or am I?
So for the work session, there isn't, it is, as I said, let's first just make sure that we've clarified. So I think if there are areas of the budget where council members, either through talking to residents or themselves, which I don't think would be you, Councilmember Rosengarten, if there is any confusion or areas where you're not clear on how the money is allocated.
I'm ready.
Okay, so that's what the work session is for, is to get clarification where needed and then to get input from residents if they have questions or concerns.
Line 62, repair and maintenance, drainage, streets, and right-of-way. Seldom do we take staff's recommendation and increase the expense. So I need to be refreshed on why we went from 15,000 to 20,000. Anybody remember that conversation? Councilmember Reeds?
Sylvia, do you know the answer to her question?
I do not. I believe it has something to do with us shifting off some of the other costs, but Carolyn, do you recall at all? I don't. I'm sorry. I drew a blank. Rudy would ask the one that I'm
Yeah.
going to draw a blank on.
Yeah, because you can see above
No, I
here
don't recall.
what our normal procedure is, like number 58, fuel. We looked at that, $38,000. We said, okay, you're not driving as much, you're not doing as much maintenance, the fuel cost should be lower. That's 28. But to look at drainage and go, okay, staff says we need 15,000. No, we think you need 20,000. What? Yes,
So Rudy, on that one, just so that we don't lose track of it, and that's an example of a very clear question, would you like to add that on my running list of, and we can either get an answer and you'll say, okay, I'm good with that, or you may want to keep it on the list and say, let's reduce it. So Sylvia, can you add that as item number 5 on our running list?
Yes.
Line item 109 and 110, you already have it marked. It's twice. It's listed twice. This is fire and emergency services. But I already sent you those notes.
Where am I? Where am I?
You are here.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think I closed myself. There we go. Fire and what line item were you on?
Okay, so first off, make your note on 62.
I did.
And then
And on that, we may not, I would say, Sylvia, your note says reduce it. I don't know that Councilmember Rosengarten is saying reduce it. She's saying explain it. And if you can't
Right.
explain it, you might want to reduce it.
Right.
And then Rudy, what was your next?
The next one
Line?
is line 109 and 110. They are duplicate. And that's fire and emergency services and fire and emergency services.
Oh, true. That's a copy and paste error. It copied the title of the title of the group as well as the line item. That is an error. Line 109 is an error.
And then let's see.
And so that does not need to be a bullet list, Sylvia, because that's not going to be, that doesn't affect the actual budget. That's not going to be something council has to vote on, correct? That's just you need to edit your spreadsheet.
I need to edit the spreadsheet, but it may touch the bottom number.
It will.
Yeah, because I think it's double counted.
And then the other one is line item number 116, contract services. It says annual increase off to the right. And I don't understand why there would be an annual increase noted. I know contract services can go up, but why did we say annual increase?
Yeah, there's a programmed or projected increase in that contract line.
Do you know what a percentage that is?
I thought it was 4% or thereabouts. Regine, Susanna, can you jump into that one?
But I believe it's a 4% on the, it's either TDS or TextEscapes. Can't remember which one that is.
TDS usually has a 4% increase.
Okay, so it's defined. You know exactly what the increase is. That's why the note. Got it. And you got my other notes where the top of the page says expenditure, but
Yes.
under column A it says revenue.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
Sylvia, can you confirm before we move on that fire and emergency one? Because that would have potentially thrown off this spreadsheet that you created today, but that wouldn't have been calculated into the mayor's budget as filed, would it?
No, this is just a copy and paste. The mayor's budget as filed is correct.
Right. So again, that wouldn't be something for us to change about the budget that was filed.
No, not about the budget that was filed, just this spreadsheet.
Okay. So that list we're making is just for proposed changes to the budget.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But we want the information that is being presented to be accurate too.
Yes, and that goes to a different frustration I've had, which is creating spreadsheets off of OpenGov that then get
Copy and pasted.
yeah, or tweaked, or where numbers and cells are changed and it's not according to the root information in OpenGov.
Right. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. And Regine, did you have, because you had your hand up, was there something else you wanted to add to one of the other items that came up?
I think that franchise tax in the revenue is also duplicated. It's got the franchise tax and then at least list each one of them separate. I just didn't want to see how it's got franchise tax is
Yep.
120.
Yep, that's, yep.
And then I'm not sure about the miscellaneous revenues either. So it's just something we need to fix. I just need to.
Yep, on the spreadsheet, but it's correct within OpenGov. Okay.
Is there, are we able to actually, as we're reviewing stuff, review it in OpenGov versus an exported sheet?
Sure,
And
absolutely.
then we don't run into those types of errors.
Absolutely.
And council members, we have one additional council member. So if there are additional council member comments, if you'd please raise your hand. If not, I'm going to move to residents. Councilmember Ellett.
Madam Mayor? Hello?
Yes, you have the floor. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted to go back a couple of comments. I want to give some feedback to Councilmember Reed's suggestion. We have a lot of items in the parking lot, number one, and what's the review process? And I would like to suggest to her, I think she hinted at this, a quarterly review process where council would meet and review the progress of, our revenue status and our expenditures, and then debate or talk about what could be added or taken away. I think we need to get accustomed that over the next probably 6 to 9 months, there's going to be a very fluid and dynamic situation out there. Nobody really knows what's going to happen with the vaccine and so on. That was my first comment. The second comment is I've read a lot of letters from residents and also received some phone calls about the increase in tax escapes. I'd like it, if possible, during the residents portion, if Sylvia could explain the increase with tax escapes and what we're getting for that and the money we're saving. Okay. And my third comment is on subsidies. I have a different opinion to Councilmember Gonzalez. I don't think we need to revisit the subsidies for this year. That's the residents' money. We can afford it. And I'm not interested in taking that away from the residents under the present situation. So I just want to make that point. Those are the 3 points and comments I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you repeat the first thing that you?
The first one was response to Councilmember Reed. I think she said, what should the review process be? And she threw out maybe quarterly.
Okay. Quarterly.
I think she said that. Yeah, and I would agree with her. I think quarterly is enough to get a trend, but at the same time, Bella managed through a very fluid situation right now.
I would add to your third point that I agree completely, which is why that was how I proposed if anyone were to read my letter. Subsidies absolutely, when needed, should be touched.
Yes.
But they should be the thing that we touch after we have a clear cost of service, after we have a clear capital schedule, after we actually truly understand the cost to operate the city, and we have done it in a diligent, accurate manner, which through the budget process and OpenGov transitions this year, it became very clear to me we don't have that right now.
Right.
I would also like Sylvia to add to that. There are 2 separate places where I saw comments on this today, and so one thing that I would like to make clear to the public about tax escapes is that they do have a contract that was awarded by way of bid. So this would be a scope add to that contract. We have visited at least once, if not more times, the issue of it being a resident-owned business. They were awarded that bid through an open bid process. And over the years, Katie, there was a time where I honed in on that, and Katie was very clear in saying not only are they the winning bid, they are staff's preferred contractor for those services. And as far as I know, that has not changed. Staff truly enjoys working with tax escapes, and part of the reason is because it is a resident-owned business. But they are under contract through open bid, And Sylvia, do you know how many years they have left on their current contract?
We are in a negotiation year. Their contract had a milestone of being able to revisit the contract, and we are actually in that process right now.
Got it. And then would you want to Councilmember Ellett's point, because there are residents discussing that 60,000 increase, is there anything you can do to enlighten how you
Sure.
came up with that number and how that affects existing staff or our existing organization?
Sure. So we did, for the first time in Sunset Valley, what I call cost of service sheets, which are part and parcel of operations in every city. You have to understand how much things cost. And when we reduced staff, I was told that we were going to need additional maintenance techs. And as we began to talk about what the maintenance techs would do and the mowing and so on and so forth, when you take pencil to paper and understand how much the staff costs, I believe, were $94,000 for 2 people to accomplish some of those same tasks. The bid from Texascapes was $60,000, and that is a bid for all of the right-of-way. That also, the bid also has what I call an alt add when we need project help within the trail system, or the fire issue was brought up several times on we need to be maintaining things because it's we have fire concerns. And so Texascape really was 30% cheaper than hiring 2 staff members. So that's where we got that number. And we negotiated diligently with him. Carolyn, he walked the areas. He does do other municipal districts. They have a botanist on staff. So they're very, very familiar with not only Sunset Valley, but what it takes to take care of a city and an area such as ours.
Sylvia, is there anything else you'd like to add to the questions and comments so far? And then I'll do a fresh call for comments.
No, I'll answer. I'm happy to answer them as we go along.
Okay, so it is now 5:36 and we are 36 minutes into our hour-long work session. If there are residents who have questions, or if there are council members, if you want to push more for something specific to be accomplished during the work session, please raise your hand. And again, we will be opening the regular meeting with our public hearing. So there will actually be 3 opportunities for residents to speak tonight, now during the work session, again during the public hearing, and again during the deliberation item. And then again, next 2 weeks from now, September 15th is when we are slated to adopt the budget. Tonight, though, is ideally the night for council members to put forth their list and work through as much as possible so that if there are remaining questions, staff has 2 weeks to produce information if there are still questions or concerns about how the budget's put together. Any comments or questions from residents? Okay, I see some hands. Helen, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I just have one question. You keep saying that Texascapes is owned by someone in Sunset Valley, and their business address is on Research Boulevard, I think. So are we paying a sales tax to them, which the city of Austin gets and we don't get?
No, the city is exempt from sales taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Mayor, I guess I'm a little frustrated in that I thought we were going to have, more of a workshop than where we're sort of headed. I have a fairly long list of items that are more, theoretical, and I think that I certainly hope there's going to be some space for that.
You 100% have the floor. So this work session is there for every single council member to put forth whatever and however they think there are issues that constituents need to air or discuss or work through. Just as Councilmember Medica said, this is an open forum, so you all get to use it however you see fit. Do you want to keep the floor, or do you want me to pass it?
Sure, I'll take the floor for now, because
Okay.
there's a whole lot of
Got it.
things that I think we need to get more information on. One of them is the utility rate study. One of the issues with the utility rate study, and I've been a longtime proponent of both the first one and years and years and years of pushing for having this and getting funding and getting it in the budget, and for various reasons we haven't done it. And some of them were good reasons. And now I'm actually a person who is resistant to having the utility study, even though I help find how to do it for free. But the problem with doing a utility rate study right now is that if we don't have the staff in place, then our study is flawed. And we cannot, if we need extra techs, if we need a public works director, and we don't have those fundings in place and those things, they will not count. Future costs do not count in the utility rate study. And so that's really critical, that we have that information before we do that study, and that we have those people in place before we do that study. So that would be a very important point to me, because I believe that it's important. Obviously, for years and years and years, I pushed for it. But if we don't have the people in place, it's a flawed study. So I'll put that there. Then moving down, I believe that we need, to what Sylvia said about the staff being taken over by essentially residential mowing and granite trail maintenance. That is not an even trade, in my opinion. It's my understanding that right now we're significantly down in staff, that we have one person out for surgery, one person out who's sick, and another person has given notice. And that's a severe hit to Public Works. We've got 3 people functioning in that right now, and that's not a reasonable level to me for our Public Works department. That when we have, if we had a lift station emergency, that's a 4-person operation. I know, yes, we'll get a temp in, but then people are exhausted the next day. So those kinds of things are why I believe we need to have 2 more temps. And I don't think that it's a fair trade. We're not going to get help from a mowing contract for that sort of situation. And that's the situation that we're currently in today, this day, not another day, not a theoretical day, today. And so I'm a little confused about the 96 figure, because when I run those numbers, I see it more in the 70 or 80. I don't see it at 96. So I would like backup from staff as to what that 96 figure is comprised of. Let's see. I have concerns about, I think that the offsite storage stuff can be dealt with. I think that there's a room on the premise. There's I know a room in the police department that's certainly has been open as long as I've known. I have a long time problem with general fund salaries being in some of the other funds. Drainage and utility I'm okay with, because theoretically we'll at some point get them solvent. But the other funds, I think, I continue to think are bad policy for our long-term goals to have very much salary in there. And that's a theoretical kind of discussion I think we should be having, especially like permanent expenses in the crime control fund. Most of the subsidies, I agree, we can't do them. So, most of the activities in your parking lot, I agree, we can't do. But again, as I said before, the solid waste is a thing that we're adding. We have 11 million in street funds. I think it's really important that we have the public works director or someone managing those projects and creating the CIP, and we should have it now before the CIP is created. That person should be in place. I think we should be doing a profile for that director. And I think we probably should have had it 6 months ago, but certainly now, before we move forward in the CIP projects. I think if you want to see that, you can look at the last couple of proposals that we had out, And you can see the need for someone to oversee it, the amount of staff differential between what we would have done. So let's say the drainage project, that was like 15K that we would have done for initial, and then the difference that went in there, that funds a couple of people. The difference between the 80 and the 20 that it ought to have been for the lift station, that funds people. So having somebody keeping an eye on that pays for a lot, potentially pays for a lot of salaries. Let's see. The blue column that happened in the June 13th Budget and Finance meeting, which had the aggregate numbers, I would like to see that in, because those aggregate numbers allow us to see where it was. I didn't hear people talk about the 112K double count of the technology. I'm seeing it somewhere that people were talking about, but I didn't see it in the list that Sylvia did. Maybe I missed that. And I guess the list of the CIP projects, I think that we should be talking about those, and especially the transfers. I would like to have more information about the list of transfers that get counted as revenues. I just like to have that discretely pulled. I'm going to go ahead and toss out these things that I would have thought, like Councilmember Medicus, that we would have talked about theoretically. And so I'm just going to put my list of questions out there, and we'll see where that flies. So I've already mentioned my question of how we're going to create the CIP plan without a public director, and why would we do that? What is the overall city desire for benefits? Those are questions I think we should be asking residents. What things matter to residents about what are our plus items? What is the proper level of reserves? I think that's a good, important theoretical question that we should be answering as a council, given the uncertainty of these times. What is the proper level of staffing? I get that people have said that we should have a cost of service study, and I'm in favor of that, but I don't think it should paralyze us that we don't have it, because it's been a year that we've been talking about that. Yes, there have been a lot of things that have come up in this year, but I don't want to say, oh, it's going to be another year before we can talk about what the proper level of staffing is. How do we best serve our retail district? That's an important question. We have people, there has never been more money on the sidelines. There's $4.6 trillion in money markets. That is as of the Wall Street Journal in June, they made that statement. That is an incredible amount of money that's on the sidelines waiting for investment. And if you go into Austin and you look around, yes, there's things that are vacant, but long time things are flipping, and we need to be in a position to take advantage when that hits here, because we're going to have a lot of churn. And I think that we need to make sure our permitting is in really good shape. What is our overall city plan? I think that's a really important thing to do before we talk about the budget. How do we revitalize our public spaces? How are we interfacing with this marketing plan? And are we ready for the tide of the business change? All those things, those are just my list of questions that I think are very important to be having in this discussion. And so I agree with Councilmember Medicus that we really should be having some theoretical discussions before we dive into the minutia of lines. Thank you.
Celia, do you want to speak to any of that before I go to the next speaker? Sure. So I've done the tech salary, $93,690, which is $15 an hour times 2080 plus some overtime that happens is $34,700 times 1.35, which is the overhead for TMRS, et cetera. That's $46,845 times 2 techs is $93,690. I'd like to start with the utility rate study, first of all. People in place can't be future charged. In other words, if we don't have them now, you can't charge them. The utility rate study really should be reviewed every 2 to 5 years. So there's no limit. If we were to do a utility rate study within the next 2 years and we ramp up staff, there's no hit that we would take for making an adjustment for that. Now on staffing, I'm not sure, Councilmember Gonzalez, I heard you say temps, but I think you meant techs, that you wanted 2 more techs in staffing and public works. And I'm just gonna say, if we again go to Essential Plus, right, we've got to provide police, fire, sewer, water, those kinds of things. And again, our priorities were a little bit off when pesticide licenses were weighted the same as water licenses. And you saw what happened when we had a reduction in staff. We need to get back to basics, and that is water, that is wastewater, that is those things. And so if I move the mowing away, where does that leave staff doing what? I don't understand where we are with this, severe hit. And we do have a person who's given notice. That's the same person who didn't pass his water test. And also, we also have a temp that's been floating with us while people have been out sick, et cetera, et cetera. So, there is some consideration for that already. In terms of general fund salary being in other funds, we do have to take a look at policy. There are transfers that happen here that are questionable. I'm just going to put it that way. I think I made the comment to both Public Works and to Budget and Finances, whenever you start transferring salaries, salaries grow every single year, whether you want to or not. And that's because the medical that we cover grows. That's because the benefits grow. We have a benefit-rich plan. I can't say it any more than I have already said it. And I've continued to talk about there are things within our city government that are expensive. I'm going to be an anomaly in city administrators and city managers who says that. Why? Because I take a personal hit as well when we adjust our retirement and those kinds of things. But I also understand that cities cannot operate in the manner we have been operating for the last 80 years. 2-to-1 and 2.5-to-1 retirement, which most cities are doing, is unheard of on the private side. So those are things to visit, as well as the health insurance later on. Proper level of reserves, I think Councilmember Reitz and Councilmember Rosengarten will touch on that. And in terms of cost of service, we haven't been talking about that in a year, because actually today is my 1-year anniversary, and you guys didn't have that when I got here. In fact, that really wasn't even on the discussion. So I started having that conversation with staff and the Budget and Finance Committee on how are we budgeting things if we don't even know how much things cost. And the reality of it is a lot of the budget was made on assumptions that didn't have a whole lot of backup. It was anecdotal information. I'm trying to get us away from that, because I don't want to budget what we don't need, and whatever we're not budgeting, we should be putting to work. And then in terms of our overall city plan and revitalizing our public spaces, absolutely. I've said I need some help imploding some of the committees, because I really need us to focus on land development. I really need to focus on our development process, because I promise you, as you said, there's money waiting for investment. And whether we want to or not, we're in a very prime location, and us sitting on the sidelines on our hands waiting for somebody to come and sue us over an impact fee, or really, take us to the cleaners because some of our ordinances aren't as clean and clear as they should be. I don't want to wait for that. And I need P&E's help. I'm going to need Public Works help. I'm going to need Budget and Finance help. And so I couldn't agree with you more on that one. That's it.
Okay. Could you, I'm going through, I had read them earlier, but I'm going through and reviewing the resident comments that came in on both tonight's meeting and also that have been posted on the budget link. So there's 2 separate places where residents have been posting budget comments. Could you speak to if we were to increase Texascapes, why and how it's allocated between funds? Because that was a question that came up 2 or 3 times.
Muted, sorry, I was muted. It is an allocation among funds, and I've heard folks say, well, how is mowing supposed to be, water quality? Well, that's the whole purpose of how the water quality ordinance is written. You have vegetative filter strips, you have most of our mowing, we have bar ditches, and so those need to be maintained to provide the adequate level of protection and cleanliness and pollution control. So I don't understand why it's sort of off in that. If you think about where water flows and what's actually in the right of way, that's prime location for that.
And then there were a few places where there were questions about the Sunset Valley Elementary School. And this has come up over the years. This year, it's a pretty simple, they didn't request any money. And so even to the question of why didn't we put something in the parking lot, without there being a request or a project similar to me not including items that CED had outlined, which actually had a fair amount of detailing to what the request was for. I certainly didn't feel comfortable adding something into the parking lot that had not been discussed in any committees and had not been requested by an entity at all. Separate from that, we'd have to go back historically and see in past years, there just hasn't been a strong requesting and clear communication between the elementary school and Sunset Valley. And personally, I saw that decline when their principal changed. And I think that may have been the last year where we had allocated money that they had to match. And this is where Sylvia won't be able to answer it because she wasn't here. Regine might remember. I don't remember. But I feel like we got to the end of the fiscal year. And part of why we were hesitant to fund them more money was because they had not yet requested the money for that particular year. And Sylvia, is there anything you want to add to that? Or
No,
Regine,
other
if you
than,
know, if you would raise your hand.
No, other than we do provide some support to the Sunset Valley Elementary, and that's through waiving the banner permit fees, and that's a major source of fundraising for them. But no, I haven't had any requests specifically for any type of assistance from the elementary.
And Regine, do you remember anything about that? Because that's, for me, that's 2-3 years ago, so it's a little bit hazy.
Yeah, so what you said was correct. The last time we did any major funding was when they were supposed to match. It was for a staff member. I can't remember exactly what it was. And then I believe the last time we funded anything was when Councilmember Corrode, and we just put $2,500 in for just a placeholder, but nothing has come of that, and nobody ever requested that. So I agree with you on the principle. It was when the principle changed that it all kind of stopped, the request and everything. And also the PTA president left. So
right. And so if residents are wanting that to sort of revitalize itself, I think it could, but you can't fault staff or council members or committees for not funding something that wasn't requested. So I just wanted to make that clear. It wasn't that anybody was out to get the school or even to not help them. There were just no requests.
That's correct.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
I was wondering if I could have a conversation on some of the things that Councilmember Gonzalez brought up. Councilmember Gonzalez, one of the things you mentioned is you don't like long time that the general fund salary was being put in other funds. Did you like the way Mayor Barbara Wilson put all of the expenses for staff in the utility funds?
Are you putting me on?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. Councilmember Rosengarten, I think if you heard me, I said the two places that I think that is appropriate is the utility and the drainage, because theoretically that's what you're going to recoup when you do your utility rate study. For the things that are business related, that are supposed to be solvent, that was my caveat to that. But when we're talking about the crime control district, which could go away, when we're talking about a venue tax that could go away, the green tax, those are the things that do, and particularly the capital improvement. And what concerns me there, which also concerns us in Public Works, is that we were putting in a increase in that, in terms of expectations of 3 to 5%, and you start throwing salaries in there, and that will skew things. We're talking about some of the Public Works spreadsheets that we were creating for 30 years, and so those are the ones that I think are that I'm not okay with. I am okay with things that we theoretically should be making solvent.
Okay, thank you. And then on how do we revitalize our public spaces? What public spaces are you talking about?
Well, I used to say our downtown, but what happens is that people don't think about it the same way that I do. So I think about it from essentially the uplands. If you look at the map of our city, we basically have private space and public space in terms of the residential, which does have some trails through it, but essentially except for the trails, it's mostly residential in a piece. And then there's the L shape that wraps the city that starts at the uplands in Sunset Valley and goes all the way down to Lowe's. And all of that eventually will become more of our downtowns, right? That if you look at the L on a map. And so that's what, and the connectivity of that and the vision of that public space is what I'm referring to when I say that. And I thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. So Council Member Medicus will point out that she thinks that the trails are also part of that public space. And I know that that is a much more hot button issue for residents. So sometimes I walk around that. But depending on how we feel about that as a council, that's what I'm talking about as public space, and that which we have to offer and share if we so choose. That is our public space that anyone would be seeing who came to, enjoy Sunset Valley who didn't live here.
And you're not referring to the buildings themselves. You're talking about the space that we enjoy, the trails, the green area around the retail buildings and so on.
Yeah, I'm talking about everything that we will do in terms of city planning. And for me, it always comes down to things like banners and planters and lights and all those things that cities are typically responsible for as we plan, as we, create space. And that's what you see when you go and you look at other touristy kinds of places. Those are the things that the cities focus on as the chief of police will say, sort of brand your city and the markers that make you know that you're in Sunset Valley. So
right.
So for me, it's that kind of planning that we would be doing with hopefully our marketing firm once they kind of create our unique selling point. Then those things are what will be, once we get that image that we're going to create, then all that follows, the banners, the marketing, the benches, anything else that we're going to do that says you are in Sunset Valley, it'll go along that theme and it'll support, what we're going to do. That's why I think the unique selling point is the first place for creating that.
Okay, thanks. That's what I needed.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about it.
Thank you. And so now it is 6 o'clock, and I will transition us and open the budget public hearing. And so we're opening the public hearing at 6:01. And we actually will just, for the most part, do a continuation of what we've been doing, which is presenting the budget, presenting specific areas that for question or concern. We will then move into, when the public hearing closes, we'll move into an additional item, which is a deliberation item, which can also continue as long as council members want to entertain it. Before we adjourn tonight, I will look for council to decide if they need an additional public hearing, which would be called for next Tuesday. So if council does request that hearing, it would be, sorry, not a hearing, an additional work session. That would be next Tuesday. If they don't request that work session, then we would be adopting the budget on September 15th. My hope would be that tonight, since we now have up to 4 hours, that we could go through as much of the budget discussion as necessary, and also separate out things that are good for policy change or discussion next year, post-election, versus things that we really need to, or we need to dot the I's and cross the T's in order to adopt this current budget. And so with that, I'd like to call on, I saw Councilmember Reitz, would you raise your hand? Okay, I wanted to get you covered. Councilmember Reitz, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Gonzalez and her issue or her thoughts on allocation of salaries to the different funds. And I guess it's my theory, kind of from an accounting standpoint, is that I think the salary should be allocated based upon the amount of time spent in each of those areas. For example, when I looked at the utility fund and the water budget in per se, when I looked at the amount of salaries that are allocated to that, it was equivalent to the staff spending 22 hours a day on our water. And that just wasn't true. And so to me, I prefer a more accurate accounting. If we're going to allocate salaries to a fund, I'd like to see it based upon time, the actual time spent. So if there is time spent on our street maintenance, our street repair and maintenance, then I think some of the salaries, I think that is an appropriate place to do that. So it's a little bit of a different theory. And there are some theories when you make because the utility is an enterprise fund, you want to allocate it to the utility fund. So then you do a cost of service study and it could justify different rates. And so if we do a cost of service study, if we do all of these types of things, we do have to look at, to me, I think if we're going to do it, we need to do it correctly and accurately. So, so I would agree that that we may not be ready to do that, but I also would want to point out that the cost of service study should be outlined so that we can look at that and see, okay, we can adjust because this is the salary part, or et cetera. So that's kind of my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
I would just like to agree with you, Councilmember Reitz, that I think that that's an excellent way to do it, and I think it's really important to look at that. I've had discussions with another member of finance who also shares your opinion that there are better ways to allocate staff time than the way that we do it, and I think offline I'd be happy to have that conversation. But speaking to your point about the utility subsidy, when I spoke with Larry Bell, who is the person who supervises that, he made a point of talking about how when you do the study, which becomes the basis, that you can't talk about future, you can't adjust like that in the study. And so, and he made a point of telling me that in the hour or so conversation that we had. So, so I don't think that's as simple an item, which is why I had my reservation, but I totally agree with all your points.
So I get that it's not, you can't change the cost of service study, but there could be an analysis done and say, well, we are way off, and at this point, even though we don't have a cost of service study, we need to raise rates for this various reasons or whatever. Not suggesting that, but there needs to, I think councils and the cities have that flexibility to do that. A cost of, you don't have to have a cost of service study to make rate changes. That's usually a methodology used to justify it.
And I'm leaving it open to make sure that the 2 of you are done.
Sorry, I just think that we should have, Miguel Huerta has also given long discussions about what we would need to have. And so it might be good to have Roxy weigh in about that, because it's my understanding that we do need something like a cost of service study to back up our rates. And so Roxy may want to weigh in. Thank you.
Oh, well, that would be news to me then. So,
Roxy, you have the ability to unmute yourself now if you feel like there's something you want to weigh in on our budget discussions this evening. Thank you for joining us. I know you weren't here earlier.
Yes, I apologize. I was actually having internet issues in my phone and internet. My phone is also based on internet, so I apologize for that.
Did you want to add anything to the utility conversation they're having?
No, the only comment is that, I believe that I had provided some advice on cost or the cost of service studies, in that although they're not required, they are an extremely good practice, especially to defend and back up the utility rates. But once it's determined the route that the council wants to go, I'd be happy to provide more insight and advice on that, and visit with Miguel Huerta on his his insight on it as well.
I have one item that I wanted to speak to this evening. Sylvie, would you pull up our running list now that we're in the public hearing? And just as we're discussing, if you would allow that to stay up. So I can't remember which council member brought it up. I think it was Councilmember Gonzalez. So yes, the software maintenance item is covered in that first bullet point. So somewhere during the either the public hearing or the deliberation, doesn't matter to me, somewhere in there, council needs to have the discussion of how you want to allocate that 34,000. That money has to be spent or put somewhere. It has to be utilized. Same thing for the 74,000. So we have a little over $100,000 in the budget that the mayor didn't spend. It needs to be spent. The offsite storage is there. Councilmember Medicus certainly let us know if we got that one wrong or if you want to add to it. And then Penny and Councilmember Penny Seidel, the chair of CED, and Councilmember Ellett, your request to increase CED by 2,500 is there. Same thing. Please raise your hand if you want to add that or if Sylvia somehow captured it wrong. Sylvia, my one request for a change to my budget is that I would like to add for discussion and possible inclusion a fifth change, which would be to increase support to the farmers market from general fund money by $30,000. And here is the discussion, and I'm hoping that this will curtail some of the residents that are here tonight. I've spent the last 2 weeks spending more time researching and understanding the history of the farmers market than I probably have ever done in years past. So in my budget, I reduced hot funds from 40 to 10, and that was specifically related to two reasons. One, hot funds, unlike our other retail tax fund, it has taken a huge dip. So we are currently getting 0 funds from hot, and the hotel owes money to the city. The second reason was because we did have issues this year where we were trying to work out the advertising. I do not share the concerns of some of our residents. Miles Fox is the one that comes to hand. If you were to read any of his comments on Facebook or on OpenGov, I do agree that there were issues with the advertising this year, but I think that they could have pretty easily have been fixed in 2 ways. One, we could have just edited our agreement of how those funds were to be used, or two, we could change how we were funding it. For me, the bigger concern was that the funds are being used to create advertisements that are for 2 separate markets on the same day. And again, that's not because SFC was doing something they shouldn't be. That's just the nature of the beast. They have 2 markets that are both on Saturday. It certainly makes sense if they're going to do an advertisement in Edible Austin. They shouldn't be running 2 separate ads on 2 separate pages. So for that reason, I reduced it to 10. And then that stirred up the perception that I didn't support the farmers market. So I want to be very clear tonight in saying I've always supported the farmers market. I fully support the farmers market. I support SFC, and I think that we would be foolish as a city and as council members if we did anything to disrupt having a farmers market, which means if we were ever going to change, which we did in 2010, the only way that we should ever change having a farmers market is when we know we have another farmers market who wants to take over the following Saturday. I did have Sylvia put together a memo that condensed what I thought were the highest points of the information that I pulled together over the last 2 weeks that also hits the points I've been seeing the most in public. One, which is SFC's been here since 2010. At that time, there were 3 markets in town. Today, there are 3 markets in town. So when residents or council members say, oh, we're going to put it out for bid, or we're going to go find a new market, there are no different markets today than there were 10 years ago. And one of those markets is the previous market that we and AISD did not choose to work with. So really, there's only 2 markets in town. The farmers market, we do not own them. They are not our market. They are not a third-party contractor. We do not put them out for bid. We don't go out for RFP. We didn't do that in 2010. We didn't do that before 2010. They are here by way of a special use permit request, which means they are more similar to a fun run, a carnival, an art festival, a music festival, anything that might be a weekend event at the Tony Berger Stadium. In addition to their special use permit, which we can either approve or deny, they have requested hot funds from us, similar to JDRF. JDRF asks for a special use permit. In addition to that, they request hot funds. Not requesting hot funds doesn't mean they still don't want to be here. It doesn't mean they're still not entitled to the right to request that special use permit. The other agreement that exists is between AISD and the farmers market, which is the lease for the parking space. And so for that, there is a cost. And currently we do a pass-through, which means AISD charges a fee, SFC pays us, we pay AISD. So if there are residents who are in attendance tonight or in the community who want to better support the farmers market, but want to steer away from advertising or hot funds issues, I would suggest that you look at the chart. And would you pull that chart up, Sylvia? The chart that Sylvia has put together, which one outlines in-kind things that we have always provided to the farmers market. And so one of the things that I saw being overlooked as we were discussing the farmers market was that Sunset Valley does things throughout the year that have a monetary value. So Sylvia has now captured that on a chart. In addition to items that Joy from the farmers market items, I went to her and said, please give me a menu of things that you think would be most helpful. So it is not a list I created, it is a list that she provided to me. And of that, there is $75,680 worth of things that we could provide to them to offer support outside of hot funds. $63,160 is paid per year for the farmer booth fees. So we could cover any portion of that, and we would be supporting and incentivizing the actual vendors to want to be at our market over another market, or to feel appreciated for being at our market. We also could cover the vendor health permits, which is approximately $2,500 a year. Those are the two highest level if we have council members or residents who want to support the farmers themselves. If you want to make it so that a farmer has a better experience in Sunset Valley, that's, you know, $65,000, give or take, that we could be offering from our general funds. The second and third tier that I would offer up for council to consider, and I certainly don't think that council's going to do $75,000, but the next would be the rental fee, which is $6,600. So we could wash that and say we'll cover the rental fee. We could also help them in going to AISD and potentially renegotiating that fee to be less. And then the portable toilets. And so on that, Sylvia is still waiting to get information from TDS. But one complaint that I have had that I've heard from some residents is that the porta potties show up on Saturday and sometimes they stick around. Last I looked, they were still there at the end of the day, Monday. And so one of my questions was, TDS is in the business of porta potties, although TDS is not the vendor to SFC for their porta potties. So my question to our solid waste was, can you do it cheaper and better? Meaning, can you offer it for less than what SFC is paying to their vendor? And could you ensure that they get dropped off on Saturday and picked up before end of day Saturday? We don't have that information yet. And so my proposal is what you see before you tonight, which is to potentially offer up to $30,000, which would go towards health permits and booth fees. And that's it. Councilmember Rosengarten, and then we have two residents. And then if there's anybody else who wants to speak, if you would please raise your hands. Councilmember Rosengarten.
Okay, the first thing is, I just want to mention this so we don't forget. If we do a workshop again, all our mics should be open so we can talk and not have to wait for permission, and then the conversation is gone 10 minutes beyond what you want to talk about. So on the farmers market, where you are talking about it being where we assist the farmers directly, that is more of where I'm going. I don't think anyone in the city was saying doing away with the farmers market, but getting more of the benefit to the farmers was our goal, to help the farmers, not the middleman. And the middleman gets all the money, spends $41,000, and we don't have a great farmers market. So if we could help them directly, as we have talked about. I went to the Texas Farmers Market last Sunday and got pictures of every single tent or booth that was there, talked to a couple of them. And one of the things I said, what if we guaranteed a farmer or whoever is selling their merchandise, and if we guaranteed a certain amount of sales? And they said, oh my gosh, of course we would come to Sunset Valley. I was like, okay. So in the same regard, it's simply getting rid of the fees. They pay $55, I believe, at Mueller. So that's another idea of how we can directly help the farmers is do things that benefit them. There's no rental fee. Guarantee them sales if there's a way of doing that without doing something illegal. Okay. And I know there was a lot more I wanted to talk about, but we have gone so far into the conversation, I forgot the other stuff. Thanks.
Thank you. And Sylvia, would you pull up the simple list again, just so that, so council members, you have, sorry, I mean the list of budget changes. So council members, the suggestion I'm making, you have the backup document, so you could go in and doctor this, or residents, if you want to take a look at the SFC spreadsheet that was made. You could play around with it a bunch of different ways. I'm picking 30,000 as my suggestion, because that 30,000 plus the 10 that's already in our budget would then bring it up to 40, which is a match to what we had done in the past. And then I would ask as a city that we not overlook any longer the fact that we also give them approximately $10,000 a year in in-kind support, which is maintenance of the triangle, security for their 2 storage spaces, on-site, on-day security and police backup that they're not paying extra for. So there is also an in-kind amount that I want to make sure in the future we don't overlook that. Penny Seidel, you have the floor.
Oops, thank you for unmuting me. You know, what I have to say was way back whenever Regine and the comments were being made about the Sunset Valley Elementary School and the support and why we weren't giving it to them. I've been on CED for a great number of years, and a lot of our support was in volunteer efforts. We did things, people supported them by going to the school, by helping with special events, by helping with special projects at Christmas time, giving gifts out. All of that was always in the volunteer status. And then I also want to look at it and say, thank you, Melissa. I agree with you. We need to do things that mean a lot to our residents. And that's where, and I'm not going to go into details because you've got my proposal, but it's really on a bare bones budget. We are dependent upon our volunteers in a huge manner. And as a volunteer coordinator, I have to tell you, if volunteers are not allowed or made to feel welcome for what they're doing and appreciated, they're going to go elsewhere, and they're going to find places where people say thank you and not how much more can you do without being helped, you know, being patted on the back and say thank you. And that's really a lot of what I'm asking for in our budget. And it's out of general funds. It's not out of hot funds, because I do understand that hot funds are at a minimum. We need to have some things to keep projects going and to keep our volunteers feeling like they're not out there working isolated and ready to get slammed every time something comes by that they need to provide for out of their own pockets. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Penny. I have a question. Do you, sort of running with that theory that you just mentioned, which I agree, but I hadn't thought of that in terms of the elementary school. Do you think that our residents are not volunteering as much because the school itself doesn't show organization or gratitude? Because part of it for me is I just don't hear from the school anymore.
Right. They have not come to us and asked for support. We used to always write into our budgets the different events that we'd go over to, you know, going back to school whenever they had days where they passed out things to the kids. All of that we went to them for, you know, and said, do you need help with this? Whenever we didn't, they didn't either. So I think it was a breakdown in communications, but at the same time, we had so many other things that our committee was doing for our community that we had to prioritize, and that was not always at the top of the list.
Okay, and then a last point of clarification, you had mentioned that the 2,500, which we have on our list, you mentioned that you're requesting that from general funds. Is that correct, Sylvia? Is that a general fund request or a hot fund request?
a lot of those things are for general funds because
General
we know that,
General
yeah,
fund. Okay,
residents appreciation stuff can't come out of HUD funds. Roundtable discussions
perfect.
with our businesses cannot.
Sylvia,
So
would you add that change on item 4 just so it's clear? Because when I see CED, I typically think of hot. So if you would just add that.
no, there are
Thank you,
some
Penny.
pieces. Yeah, there are 2 pieces in there, and if it's okay, can I go ahead? D and F on my initial proposal that I posted. You know, CED really has always worked with the marketing firm. And now that the program changed, the contract was approved, and then the steering committee was removed, I think that as we're going down the road, we need to, in current times, you know, with our banners and banner placements, with things that come before any marketing firm can get on their feet and ready to go, like with our holiday stuff. We missed on the school, you know, back to school stuff because we had no guidance and no ability to ask for anything. We need to have contact and be able to work and interact with the marketing firm. Just a basic premise, period.
Thank you, Penny.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ellett?
Thank you. I wanted to make 4 comments on 4 different subjects, and let me go back to economic development, if I may. I think we have to look at some things that are happening out there. I've no doubt in my mind that the amount of capital that's packed on the sidelines to be invested is at an all-time high. I think I heard the number of $4.2 trillion. I would also venture to guess that the amount that's been set aside for investment in traditional retail is probably at an all-time low. And I would also venture to guess that the single biggest investment in retail this year will be Walmart Plus, which is designed to do 2 things. One is designed to increase the revenue at Walmart, and number 2, it is designed to suck revenue away from bricks and mortars, many of which inhabit our city. And so that brings up the question, what is economic development? Economic development has a marketing component. There's no doubt about that. But marketing is not the be-all and end-all. I view economic development as being our ability to provide an environment in which key retail organizations want to relocate and do business. And I go back to Sylvia's comment, that includes marketing, it includes land development codes, it includes permitting and everything else. And if we set ourselves a simple goal, it would be to, what can we do to increase our revenue, which would be, how could we attract a store that could do $40 million a year that would generate $800,000 in sales tax revenue? That should be a focus of ours. The second thing I want to talk about is farmers market. I like the idea of a farmers market. I support the idea of a farmers market. I think a farmers market, if done right, can be a draw for people to come here and then go on and shop in our shopping centers. And quite frankly, it can be a great service to our residents. And quite frankly, it's a place I would like to go and buy fresh produce. It's, having said that, I think we need to look at how we can make it better. First of all, I agree with the mayor. If we put this out for bids, I don't think we would get any respondents. There are not people knocking doors down today to set up farmers markets. I do think we should fund it to an extent, and I think we should have the city administrator administer the contract from the point of view of adherence to the basic terms and conditions on that. And I would like to throw this out to the farmers market, that I'd like to see them work with us on developing a plan to make this farmers market better and to be a pride that all of us can share in. And maybe that takes a year to bring about. The third thing I want to talk about is the cost of service account. This is vital, absolutely vital. I don't know how we can make informed decisions about services we provide and what we should charge for them, if anything, without having that accounting done. And the final thing is, you heard it from Penny, CED has put together a very modest amount of money, $2,500, and the vast majority of that goes to thank our volunteers. And quite frankly, without those volunteers, we wouldn't be able to do a tenth of what we do today. And it's a small amount of money. I think it does come from the general funds, but I think it's money well worth spent. And I think it's a token of respect and thanks for the many, many volunteers we have and make the programs that we do happen. Those are the comments I have. Thank you.
And Councilmember Ellett, just to make sure I don't want it to be confused. I'm not saying that if we put it out for bid, we wouldn't get responses. I'm saying that legally, you don't put it out for bid. It's not a third party contract. They
Right.
come to us, we don't go to them. They're a special use permit, which means if for some reason there were 3 markets that all wanted to be in Sunset Valley, we don't put it out for bid. In a worst case scenario, we might end up in the problem where we have 3 markets that all want to be here on a Saturday and we have to choose which one gets the special use permit. But we need to get away from the misconception that there's some contract where we manage their
Right.
whatever we deem
No,
to be productivity or their sales or any of that. That's part of what I want to put a lid on that. That is not our job. That is not our purview. If there's a market and there's only 2 vendors and SFC is okay with that, then that's on SFC, not on us. And so
Right. No,
I mean, if we wanted to change that in the future, we could, but I don't want the community to think that there's some governing contract that has to do with their operations, because that doesn't exist. Our agreement with them is related to hot funds. If we stopped giving them hot funds, the only thing that we would be managing is a special use permit.
No, I agree, Madam Mayor. I think my point is if we don't do business with SFC, I don't see an alternative that we could bring in to satisfy that need and manage a farmers market. I think the message I'd like to get across is we need to make this work, and we need to work with them, and we need to, have a time frame by where we see progress. I don't know if that's 6 months, 9 months, or a year. 6 months may be too short, but at the end of the year, I would like to see a farmers market that is, world class. It is a substantial draw for people to come to the city, and provides our residents with a grocery store where we can go out and buy great, source products from local producers. That's
And you do
what I
realize
think.
that some of us feel like we do have that. So I currently am of the camp that I like my farmer's market. I do shop there
Yes.
at least twice a month. I do buy meat and produce and dairy there. I don't buy the other stuff, although I understand the other stuff can be a draw, especially if you were going to have a tourist or a non-farmer's market shopper. They may want a consumable or a craft or something that they can re-gift easily. So I do understand the need for that balance. But there are many residents, including myself, who feel, I don't need it to be a world-class market, because I'd rather have anything versus nothing. I like having a market grocery store, as Zoe put it in her comment. It's the closest thing to a grocery store we have in Sunset Valley.
It is. It really is. It really is. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the points I have.
Rob Johnson.
Hello. Sorry, my kid's going nuts. All right. So I had a question way back, and it was about the $60,000 for the Texascapes. Is there any way for citizens to have any transparency into that? I run a services business, and if I just said $60,000, like 6 and 4 zeros, they'd say, that's very interesting. How did you come up with such a round number? I think
Sylvia can provide you both. She can provide you the bid process from which they were selected, along with the history they have with the city, which I think they've been selected at least 2 times, if not more, through an open public bid process. And then she can also provide the information for the $60,000 proposal, which, even if incorporated into the budget, that could be contingent on. So council could say, we want that to be contingent on an additional bid process, or contingent on whatever they want. Regardless, that $60,000 would require us to renegotiate the contract. So there would be an additional process that would have to be done in a posted, transparent manner.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, because something that Rudy brought up, which was like the middleman thing, I think, having people on staff, they kind of suffer from the fact that is so transparent, where you don't know how much is just going into the pocket of it. Granted, it's a neighbor, so like business is good, that's great, but you know, is it a minimum wage job that they're handing out and then just like money just goes into the pocket? So
No,
and
this is an open bid. So they've been our preferred public choice selected through an open bid process. They're not just a resident that showed up at City Hall and asked for money.
I understand that, but you know, if the jobs that are being provided, you know, if it's like 2 living wages compared to we don't know what, you know what I mean? So I'd like to have a little bit more information on that. That's probably all I have to say for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Medicus.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been trying to keep notes on the items I wanted to touch on. I'll start with the Arts Commission did have a meeting and voted due to COVID and the likelihood that we're not going to be able to have large gatherings to withdraw their request for hot funds so we can take that off of the wish list for the Art Fest. It's 40, let me see, it was for 49,937. So that can be removed. And I do want to say about the elementary school, for 13 years, they've been a huge part of our Art Fest here in Sunset Valley and growing the Art Fest. The children's art has always been displayed very prominently ever since the very first one at City Hall. So we have been able to continue that as long as we've had the Art Fest. So I just want to say they've been great about working with us on that in their art department. And then that's all I had to say on that piece. I do have a couple questions on, Mayor, on your letter for the farmer's market. First, let me say I'm totally in favor of working and supporting the farmer's market. I think it's time that we actually officially collaboratively work with them to support them and to promote them and to promote our city, that they are part of our city and something that brings people here. When I think of a world-class market, I think of an experience I had with Pike's Market in Seattle. And as much as I wanted to go there because it's got such a reputation, I couldn't get parking within a mile or two of the place and could never actually experience it because it was so crowded. So I like the fact that our farmers market has parking, it's accessible. It's the reason I don't go to the other farmers markets as much as I like some of the other markets. I don't go there because there's no parking or it's difficult to park. So I think that's one of the big benefits that we have with ours. And so I'm totally in support of that. I just had a couple questions on the spreadsheet for that. On the farmers market booth fees and the vendor health permits, I don't understand why the proposed cost for fiscal year 2021 is different from the total column.
So, yeah, so, okay, now that we're looking at it.
Yeah. It's on the next
sheet. On the spreadsheet, yeah, so Sylvia, would you pull up the spreadsheet? So the total, that may just be an error. So she means in the total column. Sylvia, do you know why it's showing as 12,285?
12 where? 12,285 where?
Total column?
For the booth fees, total column.
It's different from the 30%.
Yeah, so your total column shows the number 12,285.
Oh, that's an error. That was originally, they had provided a different number than 63,160. They had provided a different number that didn't carry over.
And Karen,
it doesn't match. Sorry.
I'm sorry. What was that?
The next line
below, same thing.
Match.
Yeah.
And then Karen, the other, as I dug through this and I was hearing, you know, what we could say is finger pointing at SFC. And I had this conversation with Joy today, and I think it falls on us. And so what I discovered today is that we do the special use permit, but the last time that we did the special use permit was in 2010. And
And
so and we did that because we thought we were doing a good thing. We thought, hey, we'll make this easy. We know nothing's going to change from year to year. Let's just make it an administrative renewal. So what I'm suggesting, which I'm just suggesting it, council would have to decide what they want to do, but I did mention this to Joy. She doesn't have any problem with it. My suggestion would be that the special use permit still come to council once a year. So even if we're approving it on consent, it forces that actual document to come forward to the public and come forward to council once a year. And that Joy, or whoever's the head of the market, and I told her, I said, I don't want just the boots on the ground person. It's fine if that person's there, but I want whoever is the highest ranking person at SFC, I want them and whoever they want to bring from the team to come to council quarterly. And so that quarterly visit to council would be to report on any and all market matters. And then if you look at that spreadsheet, there's also some additional in-kind stuff. And that's all through discussions with Joy, which is, adding their advertisements to our newsletter, doing more on Facebook, Nextdoor, stuff that is free, and then providing an article to us for our newsletter. So that's all stuff those are great ideas, and those are things that don't cost money.
yeah, and I'm in favor of those things, and those are the kinds of things that, we coulda, shoulda, woulda, but we're here
Right.
now, and let's move forward. I don't want to dwell on the past, and I don't want to point fingers, because I want this to be successful for Sustainable Food Center and for the city of Sunset Valley. And that was the other question I had, was on your cover sheet, and you just clarified that for me on who that quarterly report was going to come to, and that would be to council. So other than that, those were the questions I had on that. I love the
Thank you.
farmers market. I'm glad they're here.
What will be the challenge for council to decide is, as I said, I found 75,000 in areas that we could provide general fund assistance. If we're following Councilmember Rosengarten's preference, which are things that are direct to the farmers, for that there's a little more than 65,000. But even so, you guys are going to have to decide how much do you allocate, and then what rule do we give them? And I think we should make it as simple as possible. And so what Joy and I had discussed is that they either do a percentage subsidy to each farmer, each week, each booth, and that is something that gets reported to council monthly. And I said, I actually offered quarterly, and she said, no, we'd prefer to do it monthly. So monthly, council would get a report that says, these are the vendors that were at the market for the last 4 weeks. These are the vendors that got that subsidy, that percentage, or whatever the booth fee, health permit, that would be reported to council on a monthly basis.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And personally, I'm in favor of your proposal for both the hot fund and the general funding, especially since I've heard from at least three of us that Essential Plus is what we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joy, thank you for putting your hand up. I know you've been with us since 5 o'clock. So the floor is yours for anything you want to add or clarify.
Sure, and I'll be really quick. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and for the conversations that we have had, Mayor and Sylvia, for the past few weeks, and working out a greater partnership. And I just wanted to clarify one quick piece, that the monthly reports that I was referring to, I was referring that in more of a cost reimbursement, that would be something we would turn in administratively, as opposed to coming to council to get approved quarterly.
Perfect. And you're correct. Even the way you're saying it, you would submit it, but it would still get reported to council, is what I mean. Not that it would be we are approving it, but just that council would get to see that report once a month.
Okay, perfect. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Joy, for sticking around. And actually, Joy, would you stick around for about 10 more minutes? And for anybody who wants to discuss the farmers market, since Joy's been here since 5, if we could, cover that. So if anybody wants to cover farmers market stuff, please raise your hand so Joy doesn't miss it. Thank you, Joy. Catherine Johnson.
Hi, thank you. I don't have anything to add to the farmers market conversation, but I'm really grateful for all of this creative discussion. So thank you all for working on that. I just wanted to speak really quickly about the elementary school. Just some background information. We had a new principal over the last school year. She was our interim principal. And then, of course, in the middle of her year, we had COVID. So I think that you may have received less response from the school last year because of all of the transition. She did interview and was hired as our full-time principal, so I'm hoping we'll get a little bit more organized in the future. I just don't want to see the support, whether it's volunteer support or financial support to the school, completely drop off because of a lack of response. So I'm just wondering if there's what the best way is to make sure that it's not completely forgotten. Would it be possible to add it into the parking lot, even in a very small dollar amount, just so it stays in the back of our minds as a possibility?
So I don't think we should do unfunded mandates or even put things in the parking lot again that the committees didn't review and that's not connected to an actual request. But similar to what I just did with the farmers market, I don't think it takes much. If anybody, you, council member, a group of residents who care deeply about this issue, I think it would take very little to come to council at any point and say, here's a specific need. Here's the justification. Here are the volunteers and residents that are excited about it. Here's, I don't think the dwindling is because of a council or resident impetus. I think it's just it's the stuff that you have described. It's that they had that shift, which was a big one for them because they lost both of their leaders in the school, I think in the span of 2 years, and then COVID hit. And so, I think you guys need to know what it is you're requesting in order for council to earmark it.
Okay, yep, that's fair. I am assuming that it would be best if someone like me as a parent were more of the liaison or who would bring that to council rather than a council member being assigned as a liaison. Is that accurate?
I don't know. That's that you're asking now, and I can't remember if we've discussed this before in a meeting. That's been the $1 million question for me over the years with both the farmers market and the school. Is part of why they don't get more discussion is because there isn't a committee where they fall under that committee as the responsibility of the committee.
Okay.
And, so I don't know. I don't know if it's that there are 2 or 3 residents that get together and say, we're going to be the Sunset Valley Elementary School advocate group or something. And then you pick which council member you want to be your partner in that. I'm sure each year there would be one council member, if they knew there were residents helping them, that would do that.
Okay.
I don't know. I think there are lots of ways you could approach it, but I really think if there was just a little bit of organization behind it, I don't think council would say no to those requests.
Okay, great. Well, I will try to help support that then as we get into the school year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Miles Fox.
Testing. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Hi there, everyone. Thanks for putting in the extra hour and for continuing to work hard. I'm going to speak specifically about the farmers market and SFC. I'm glad it's getting a lot of attention here, and I have the feeling that this would not have, and it just would have been continued as it had been if there wasn't some snooping around and interest about how are we doing? How is SFC doing? Could it be better? Now, when I hear Karen say we don't want to point fingers at anyone because there were missed opportunities or some things that weren't done properly, yeah, there's probably not much to be gained, but it ought to be pointed out that someone's responsible for the contract not being made, for the advertising not being implemented the way it was to be properly. And also, someone should be responsible for not paying enough interest to see, gee, is this really as good as it can be? Has SFC met its own self-imposed goals for its 5-year improvement plan when it started years ago? Is there any way of getting Sunset Valley a little bit of value added out of this, in as much as we're paying for all the marketing? So that would be the mayor, city council, administration. I'm not sure. And really, I agree with Karen. There's no point in pointing fingers now because it's great that it's come a topic and it looks like things are going to get better. On the other hand, when I hear Mayor Rose say something like, I'd rather have anything versus nothing, that does not sound very encouraging. And I would actually pose the question to Joy, although she doesn't have to answer right now, although I would like her to speak to some of the things I have to say coming up. Would she rather have 2 markets or lose 50% of her farmers markets every weekend? See, it's us and it's downtown. So, I mean, we're in this together. And whereas we don't have a governing contract, as the mayor pointed out, it doesn't mean that we don't have a responsibility for paying an interest. And I can't blame SFC for not responding fully because we've never really paid an interest. But things are changing here about that. And I would like to talk about some of the things that, just to make sure it doesn't go forward and continue in the same way, I think we need to take a look at this. Mayor had addressed some of issues with the advertising. There was no logo inclusion. And I'm actually fine with that because I agree that it would be hard to include those logos, 2 logos in such small ads. But it is a violation and it should never have gone so far. And Raging should never rubber stamp the invoices and pay them without seeing what was going wrong there. So that's something that can be changed in future contracts, as long as we meet our responsibility to support the Holiday Inn by giving them visibility and support elsewhere, which is something that can be done on site. But that's never really been discussed with SFC that I'm aware of. I hear a lot of conversation between Rose and SFC, but I'm not really privy to all the details. I know the extent of it. I'd like to know if we're going to get in bed with them for another year and give them their other 50% that they want of a farmer's market every weekend, then I'd like to know what they would have, how they're going to work with us or work on their own to make it better. Specifically, ads that we pay for 100% that are really ads for SFC and not for Sunset Valley. I think if we're paying 100%, there could be a little bit more visibility and support of our identity, particularly as we think that the farmers market is such a great thing for our image, and it very well may be. Research will tell us more later on. But the fact that it says the downtown market, I have to disagree with you, Mayor Rose, or with anyone else. They are our competitors. Anyone residing at Lady Bird Lake down to Ben White Boulevard, from I-35 over to Mopac and further into Westlake and Rolling Hills, has the chance to go either to the downtown market or to our market. They are a competitor. They're competitive for the people to come, so where they go on Saturdays, and they're competitive for the image. So if we're paying 100% for the ads, I don't know why. And I'd like to ask Joyce, because I've seen the ads, we're paying 100%. Why wasn't the downtown people paying anything for that? And I think there ought to be some parity. How much are they paying for what they're getting? Are they paying 10,000 and we're paying 41? Why is that something like that? Joy responsive, but in a less combative manner. I'd like to know how is it that SFC will work with us, because I never heard it said that they'd like to work with our interest in image. If we wanted to have a Sunset Valley Welcomes SFC Farmers Market, it can actually be a banner like that in the front. If the ads should be something similar like that. I also want to know why we're spending $10,000 a year for musicians when Ben Hassan, the guy who's on the ground, said in the Arts Commission meeting that 100% of the attendees at the
Miles,
Farmers Market.
you have two minutes left, and just on the point of the musicians, that's not part of the proposed budget for next year. So for this budget hearing, we're not considering paying for special activities or music for next year.
Okay, although it does, it's worth mentioning in another 10 seconds that he says 100% of the people who come are only there for the food and not for anything else. So why have they been offering, why have been paying for it? That's why we have to pay attention. It's not a governing contract, but we're putting out some money and we want it to be good. And I'd like to follow through on something that Rudy said about supporting the farmers more directly and Phil's interest in making it better. And I'd like to know something more specifically about Joyce, about the product quality and the number of vendors. We don't even know when the number of attendants dropped off between $2,000 and $3,000 under the previous vendors to 800 to now 700 people a week. How many people Sunset Valley continue to go? It'd be a good thing to know. I'm not saying that we should drop it, but let's create a metric to know how well we are doing, how well they are doing, and how valuable is it for us. And that's a good place to start. So if Joyce would like to speak to some of those things about the promotion, about why we're paying 100% of the ads and not downtown, how much downtown pays every year versus that's something I'd like to know. And also this idea that we need them, but I have a feeling that they need us as well. Thank you.
And Joy, if you would wait until we see if there are other questions, and you can then answer them all together. And of that group, I think the only thing that you would really need to speak to that's related to the budget is how would you be changing with the 10,000, if approved, the 10,000 in hot funds, how would you be using or allocating that differently next year versus how you've done it in the past? Lisa Versace?
Hey, hi. Thank you everyone for putting all this time and energy into this budget. I think it's really nice and clean. It's clear that there's some kind of belt tightening going on, and we appreciate that, and we're paying attention. And even though it seems like there's an increase in services in some case, like the recycling twice a week, it definitely it looks like we're getting lean and clean on this stuff, and I really appreciate it. It makes it easier for a resident to take a look at it and to kind of understand where we're coming from. I had a couple questions. It's interesting to me that it comes up repeatedly that we don't know what certain services cost, because I remember specifically being in a planning and environmental meeting when both Sylvia and Carolyn did a lot of work on this, and they kind of presented all these numbers to the team before we decided which were going to be bronze, silver, or gold in the budget. So we knew, like, in that meeting, we knew the exact cost for mulch delivery, and like Carolyn had done a lot of work with Sylvia on that. And then it seems like somehow all that information has kind of gotten lost, and it was really well thought out, in my opinion. The other, and I don't know if I should stop talking and let certain people answer, but I just also wanted to voice my opinion for the farmers market really quick. I think it's really something special, and you know, planning and environmental and Mayor Rose had earmarked $30K in 2019 for ideas for the uplands and for that area. And I always call the farmers market area the triangle, but I feel like there's a lot we could do to kind of draw more people in, and then working with CED to push people to the shops from the farmers market is going to be so important. So passing out flyers, or even having some sort of a permanent map of our shops and offerings, and working with different you know, retailers and restaurants, and getting coupons at every single booth. At least we can say that we are doing something to push our farmers market visitors to the shops. And the last thing I want to say is, like, it's really annoying that Tony Berger charges us for parking. It's like there's nobody even in that upper corner. And I feel like, you know, if this is a nonprofit and we're doing, like, they're doing a lot of good out there, and this is like designed to accept lower income people to be able to afford fresh produce, maybe Tony Berger and AISD might be able to give us a steep discount. And we should also leverage that for certain things, like getting porta potties and different things. I mean, I'm sure Joy can speak to this. I know that there are nonprofit discounts, and just because things are being routed through the city in terms of budgets and paying certain parts of the bill, maybe we could look into getting some of those fees waived or lowered. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. And Sylvia, if you would, not, this wouldn't be urgent to between now and next week, but it would be worth having a meeting with Leal at AISD and asking them, say, what they charge per day for Trail of Lights versus the COVID drive-through versus PGA, so different events that we know are annual events where we're offering those special use permits. Because I'm not sure if that rate that they're giving us is already a reduced rate, or to Lisa's point, if that's something we could try to negotiate down more.
Okay. If I could respond to her comment on cost of service right quick. So that was the very first pass that we did at cost of service. Those sheets really serve multiple purposes. They serve for us to one, get an idea of what we're doing and find deficiencies. Like there was a lot of things that Carolyn was doing that really could be moved over to Daniel or moved over to Sam that would reduce the cost. And then how we handle things. Really, it's a time and motion study too. How can things be moved around? And that reduces the cost as well, and it's more efficient. That's been the first pass. So that's what we've been using, Lisa. That was a comparison for Texascapes, but they definitely need, one, there's a lot more that we need to do. And two, they need to be refined further. So they haven't gone by the wayside. We are still using those.
Thank you. Yeah, it just seemed like you guys did do a lot of work on that. And it seems like everybody acts like we don't know what any of these cost. And I know that work has been done. So I just wanted to.
Well, I think what Sylvia is saying is that work had been done as a sliver of a piece of pie and then shown to you all to say, look, this will give you the visibility you need. We now need to do this for the whole city. That hasn't been done yet. So you guys got to see a sliver of it. Sylvia has not done a cost of service completion that runs the whole gamut of the city.
I also want to voice my support for Texascapes in this call. I think they do a phenomenal job. I love that we support a local business, and I don't understand the sentiment in the city that people are anti-local business. I actually think we should create a directory of all the businesses that people own in Sunset Valley, whether they're here locally or if they're in Austin or the surrounding areas. And we should all do our best to support each other, especially during these hard times. And I've never understood that sentiment. So yes, 100% I support Texascapes. And also I just wanted to briefly touch on, if you could give me 30 seconds here. I'm a little bit worried that if we kind of back burner some of the stuff with Public Works, I don't know if we're going to create problems down the line. Like I remember when I was in a planning and environmental meeting, we did talk about, well, we're kind of cutting back on all the stuff we do in the green belt, and we're cutting back on this, and we're really curtailing these other items that need attention, but we want to save money here, and we're going to just hire a temp here. And so what I was thinking is, are we creating problems down the line possibly? Are we going to create larger bills later? Because we all know that sometimes, and I don't mean to sound disparaging, but sometimes third parties charge governments more. And like, it might be nice just to have like a staff member that we can count on, that we know is going to do a really good job, that isn't going to overcharge us for some of these things. I don't know enough about it. I've never sat in a Public Works meeting, but it does seem like there's a lot of people talking about that, especially Alfonso. So yeah, just thought I would chime in there. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to appreciate a lot of the things that Lisa said, but I would point out that I don't believe that this contract with AISD has changed for 10 years in terms of our parking agreement with them, and they actually pay us a drainage utility, which, they came to us and said, can't you waive it for us because we're a private entity? And so so they pay us a significant drainage utility. So I do believe that we should check, as you've directed Sylvia to do, as to what the costs are. But I think that we should notice that they actually do pay a lot of money to us, and that's significant. That figure is fairly high, I think, as to what they pay us. So I think that might be useful for residents to know. And it does, having had a parking lot that people used as a public street, it really does tear up your parking lot a lot to use it. And I think that it's useful to do a little bit of our part. So I'm grateful to have that information coming as to what other people pay, but I suspect that since this hasn't been touched in about 10 years, if that's my memory, Mayor, I think it might be yours too, that it's not a bad deal, and they are doing a good thing for us. So we'll have that confirmed.
I think you're
I have
correct,
other things.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. And so, it might be good to go ahead and also direct Sylvia to say how much they pay us, just so that people know that they are a customer of our drainage utility, and it's not a small chunk of change that came into during the Barbara Wilson years also. And so, they did ask us to abate that, and we didn't. So before we ask for things, I always like to say what they give. I have a long list of other things, but I want to let citizens talk before we get to it.
Great, thank you. Councilmember, and actually for the 3 people that have your hands up, I'm going to put your hands down so I can do a last call if there's anything related to the farmers market so that Joy can leave the meeting. And then Joy, if you would raise your hand so that you can respond to anything that you want to in terms of the marketing component, which again now is just $10,000 being proposed for this budget. It is not the $40,000 from the past. So are there any residents that want to speak to the farmers market while they're here? And Joy, if you would. Okay, Councilmember Ellett, I'll have the residents ask their questions and then I'll end with Joy. So Councilmember Ellett.
Madam Mayor, I don't think I raised my hand. If I did, it was an error. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. And so let me put Alfonso and Terry. I've lowered your hands. If you would please raise them again if you were wanting to speak to the farmers market. Okay, Terry. Oops. Sorry, Terry. I meant to unmute you. Okay, Terry, you have the floor. I'm sending you a unmute request. Terry Cowan, you have the floor.
Thank you for the unmute request. That's helpful. You can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay. I'm in favor of the mayor's plan for farmers market going forward, including the quarterly reporting and closer supervision and a requirement to get a count of who's flowing through the farmers market. I'm in favor of Rudy's remarks in regard to finding ways to direct support the small business farmers who are really the heart and soul of the farmers market. I want to thank Mayor and Karen and Rudy for your insights and helpful remarks tonight, and I also wanted to thank Miles. I thought what he had to say was useful going forward, so that we can continue this proud tradition of having the market in Sunset Valley. It goes way back, and it has been a tremendous benefit to people both in the city and surrounding the city. It brings people in, which is, as mentioned earlier, has implications back to our business district. Farmers Market is one of the 2 viable, successful, public supported businesses we have going in Sunset Valley, and I'm really gratified that there's a great plan to go forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joy, I will end with you on this topic for the evening. So Joy, you have the floor if there's anything you want to wrap up.
Sure. I did want to just address the question about advertising going forward. And so based on conversations that began in early June in terms of advertising for both markets with hot funds money, and a little reason about why we do that. So us as an organization, we run 2 markets, and the best way we feel to advertise and educate people that there is a farmer's market is to be able to list both of them together. And I understand that there may be some concerns that you could go to this one versus this one, and there's probably some of that, but I think it's part of the branding, and the same reason that when HEB puts an ad out or any other kind of company puts an ad out, they might list multiple locations or, for all of our locations, go to our website, something like that. So I think that was really the spirit of our advertising. But since we've had this conversation, we have since stopped advertising in that manner. And so we will be moving towards, if we go towards like a Mayor, you mentioned an Edible Austin ad, we will be only putting in probably an Edible Austin ad for Sunset Valley as opposed to the markets in general. So I just wanted to comment on that is what the hot funds, should we be granted that money this year, that's how the spending will work. And just want to thank everybody for the support of the markets. It's been, I think this has been a growing experience, I can say, from our side. And we really look forward to working with the city and having a great market and supporting our local farmers. So thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Okay, and Alfonso, you had your hand up before, so I'm going to give you the floor. Alfonso Carmona, do you still want to speak? If so, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Mayor. I think that only I would like to say that I am so proud. I am so proud to be in one place, this small city, with a lot of eyes looking the budget. As I mentioned before, I was working with a lot of budgets, but it's amazing that in this place, everybody analyzed line by line the budget. After I say that, I was looking this spreadsheet that the staff was doing for expenditures and revenues, and it's very friendly to see now by that columns. Sylvia, she explained that, but now looking that with the staff recommendations, budget and finance recommendations, the mayor budget, and now the change. It's hard because we are looking in this paper, in these papers, 148 accounts. And in that 148 accounts, perhaps we have some small difference. Looking that, I was checking in expenditures in page number 2, the line is the 44. And in that place, they are talking about utilities subsidies. And that subsidies that we have, the budget and finance, they have 731, and the mayor 572,000. It has a difference of 148, but in reality, it's a little different that, because when it said in notes, remove projects and transfer required went down, in reality, the only subsidy that we have in utilities was for water, wastewater, and solid waste. And all of that gave it to us 572,000. And the other, more or less, over $200,000 was in infrastructure. We don't have the infrastructure that we used to allocate in the budget for projects. So in that notes, they need to be clear and a little more concise. The money that we don't have that was because we didn't allocate money in our infrastructure utilities, and that is there. In addition, because I don't have a lot of time, I was looking that perhaps will be good to be also clear with the transfers, because some of the transfers, they are from reserves, some of them they are for revenues, and sometimes they are from operations transfers. So I think that we need to have some clarification in notes. In this case, also, I was looking for the crime control. If we have only $300,000, or we expect to have $300,000, we cannot make a budget for 419 or 420. We need to be careful, and we need to adjust that previously. I have another notes, and I send my opinions and my suggestions to the open forum. But thank you very much to everybody for all of that participation. Believe me, sincerely, I feel very, very proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a drag here. I really would like to second what Alfonso said. This relates to the mayor's budget in items 3A and B about the infrastructure and the transfers in general. And if staff could detail that all out, because I can appreciate some of the suggestions that the mayor gave, but when we're talking about infrastructure and long-term plans that we have enough money for things that we need, I don't like getting lost on that. So I really would like to have that detailed, essentially the things for 3A and B in the mayor's budget. And in general, all our transfers, because we have this lovely sheet for revenues and expenses, but transfers are a significant part of our budget, and I think they deserve their own section so that people can understand them. I think that will, if people are using the dubious term shell game, I think it will clarify quite a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sylvia and Councilmember Gonzalez, I still have your mic hot. Sylvia, does that request so that's not a request to change the budget, but a request for information to support and inform the proposed budget? Is her request clear to you of what she is asking for?
Sure.
Okay. And how long would it take for you to have that?
We can have it to her tomorrow morning, and we'll also post it online.
When you say posted online, what does that mean?
In open town hall, as part of the backup information that's provided, and then also under the city budget page and in OpenGov.
Okay, great. And then would you also just email it to, when you email it to her, email it to everybody, all the council members?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Wouldn't surprise me if Suzanne is already working on that right now.
Councilmember Reitz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of comments. One is it's really referring to the subsidies in this year's budget. We did not, if I understand correctly, and Sylvia, you can correct me, or Regine, we did not make any subsidy transfers this year. I would like to support that we make the transfer to the infrastructure funds, which I believe is around $230,000 out of this year's budget. So that's my recommendation on that point. Second point I want to make, and Sylvia, can you go to the page of all the comments?
Oh, yes. Here.
So, not the comments, not the actual amounts that we have to allocate. So it's somewhere around 100,000, if I remember correctly. Is that correct?
She means the list of proposed changes to the mayor's budget.
It's around 100,000. Is that correct?
Yes. It's not all attributable to the general fund, though.
Okay. So, okay. Well, I was going to suggest, I had not seen this page before this meeting. I would have liked to have seen this earlier. The 74,000, and that 74,000 could fund most of those parking lot items. I did a quick calculation. It's about 71,000, I believe. So that is a suggestion that we could fund those, but a lot of those are based upon COVID going away. So my suggestion or my thoughts is that we look at funding those parking lot ideas with that 74,000 and if we cannot utilize those funds, then they would go to a reserve.
Sylvia, since this is the Councilmember Reitz is the first council member to speak to this, so just take A, B, and C off on 2. We now have a council member who is making a suggestion. So instead of your A, B, and C, you would adjust it to be A is allocate to parking lot items.
Well, Mayor, the A, B, and C is where they were funded from. They would fall back to those funds, the street fund, the green fund, and the drainage fund. So unless those parking lot items were specific to those funds, we couldn't use that money. Alternatively, we could do general fund transfers. So if the feeling is 74,000 of general fund dollars to fund parking lot items, that's okay.
Or Councilmember Reitz, if as you're looking at this, another way you could do it is on 1A. There's almost 18,000 in general fund dollars. You could allocate all of that to the parking lot items, and then still you all are going to have to decide which parking lot items.
Yeah, if I could go to OpenGov right quick, I will remind everybody that we had about 500 and, oh goodness gracious, let me go to the budget. Actually, I'm going to go to your stories. So if you look here, there was $292,000 in the general fund that wasn't, that would end up falling to reserves essentially. In addition, there was these other funds, hotel occupancy, street, and venue, which makes up that $516,000. Now we have an extra 17,000 additionally into that general fund. So you have about, I don't want to say $300,000, but you have about $300,000 to allocate, or it'll fall to reserves.
So let's go back, pull that page up, and let's look. No, I'm sorry. The page you're just on, to the top of the page where it says the general fund, the actual amounts. A little more. Nope, a little more. There we go. Fund balances.
Okay.
Perfect. So in our general fund, we have non-committed. So our reserve we have is 5.2 million that we have in our reserve. With our new financial policy that was approved last week, that needs to go up to about 5.3 something, about maybe $100,000 to $125,000 increase, because we're using the average of the last 5 years of actual sales and not budget.
Correct.
So that will go up to about 5.3, but non-committed, we still have 2.2 million. And so from that, that is number one, I would suggest we look at, we fund the subsidy transfer for the infrastructure. Okay. And so, if you back on down to the basically the 300,000, then I would suggest we fund the parking lot items, and they could be, there's probably some tweaking that could go on there with the SFC, the additional 30,000 for the FFC.
Just so
And
folks understand, this is what the parking lot is.
yes. So if you add up all those parking lot, I think this comes to about 71,000. So my suggestion is to, I think those need a tiny bit of tweaking, but we could fund that in the budget with the understanding that if they weren't to be held. Many of those are activities.
Well,
And if they
and
can't
one
be
of those,
held, that
Councilmember,
they would
one of those was
go,
removed tonight. So 18.3 Art Fest. Councilmember Medicus removed that request. So the parking lot is
18.3.
Art
Oh,
Fest
I'm sorry.
49.
I was
We
looking
had,
at 1 through 17. I'm sorry.
yeah. So 18, there's one of those items that's been removed from the parking lot, and then we would be adding one to the parking lot, which is, or parking lot or whatever you want to call it, just a request for funding is the art farmers market.
Right. So if I look at 1 through 17, I believe that adds up to around 71,000. And then if you take the 71,000 plus the 30,000 for the FSC, then it would be right at the 101,000. And that was my kind of quick analysis of how to allocate that $100,000.
And so you would, to me, it's a bright line rule to say if COVID allows an event. So if the only thing that was holding up one of those parking lot items was just purely the fact that you can't have a group event, but for some of those, that's not what was holding it back. And so just to use as an example, Adopt a Tree or tuition reimbursement for staff. So for items that aren't being held back because of that, what's the gate? Is the gate just because you're funding it in the budget, it goes forward?
That's what I would suggest.
And so on that,
I think because our reserves are, we have our reserve in place. And Sylvia, can you tell me if we made that subsidy adjustment or transfer to the infrastructure funds this year?
We have not.
Okay.
So Sylvia, however,
we're also going to be in a better financial position because what we estimated as revenues coming in have obviously been higher. So when this next report comes in, we'll give a better snapshot of where we are this year. And because we held expenses down so low, we're in a position to make that transfer.
So Councilmember Reitz, so that it's easy for everybody who's potentially watching this, what I would suggest is that instead of us trying to, Sylvia, if you go back to our sort of our pending wish list of suggestions from council members. So what I would suggest is that we not tinker with one or two, that you really make that a clean adjustment, that because we found this that needs to be allocated, this is how we're allocating it, and that you instead add an item that just says fund the following parking lot items. And then they all sit on the list and it allows everybody, residents and council members to see. Because there may be a council member that says, would you be amenable to taking this one off? And you might say, yeah, not a problem. So we start with the full list.
That works.
And yeah, and then that way council members can see it. And so for Sylvia, you'll need to add the whole list there. So it would be, 7A through however many. Same thing, JDRF is on there. We don't need to because we know they're not having their event this year. And I spoke to Mike Bren, the executive director there, and I said, if you guys do come up with an event where we could help you, by all means, you can still come to council and request it, but they definitely are not having a physical event this year. Now, Councilmember Reitz, is there another, I feel like there was a first item that you're suggesting to be added to this list.
Yes, the first item I suggested was that in this year's budget, we go ahead and make the transfer to the infrastructure subsidies, which is, from my memory, is around $230,000.
Okay, and so now that you're looking at this, does this capture the two proposals you're making for adjustments to the mayor's budget?
Yes.
And then Sylvia, when you get caught up with us, if you would actually make sure that that approximation is correct, because I actually think it's less than that, and then add each of the items.
Yeah,
And
it
instead
should
of
be.
saying fund, instead of saying funding parking lot items 1 through 18, say fund the following parking lot items, and that way they're just listed. People aren't referencing.
These add up to approximately it's 71 and change.
Right, but you're removing Art Fest and you're removing.
I didn't add those. Those are I didn't
That's
add those
number
because those.
18.
Okay, so Councilmember Reach, you're not wanting to touch the hot fund items. You're just wanting to touch the top items.
The top parking lot, yes.
Got it.
Parking lot A.
Got it. Now I'm with you. Sorry. Okay, and I think that helps because now each council member, if you want, Councilmember Reeds is taking an easy approach, which is move them all over. And now council members and residents can indicate if we know for sure we want to remove any of them. And then Councilmember Reeds, did you have more suggestions for changes?
Yeah.
And back to the question, Sylvia, could you scroll up so that we can see items 1 and 2? Do you agree with how those allocations have been done? And then do you have any suggestions for 1A?
Are you asking me?
Yes, only because you're here. I mean, I would ask all of the council members to weigh in on 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure how number 1 was allocated, and I'm not sure I understand that process, but it's,
Sylvia, can you explain that to all of us?
Sure. So software maintenance in OpenGov was estimated at one point at $120,000 or so. We went back to the vendors and got more correct information. And then Regine and Susanna today finally sort of washed it all out, and it's about $84,000. So it was overestimated by about $34,521. And so of that allocation, 17,847 goes to the general fund. 14,000 would go back to crime control, and 2,200 would go back to the water fund. So if you're looking at allocating sort of any dollars, any free unrestricted dollars, it would be that 17,800 from the general fund.
So you allocated it back to crime control and the water fund is
Yes.
because it was originally in the budget as software maintenance within that budget.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Councilmember Reeds, do you want to say anything else, or do you want me to move to the next speaker?
No, I think you can move to the next speaker. I'm of two minds. It's always good to build up our reserves. The good news is that many of our reserves are in good shape. So I'm of two minds on this. So I'd like to hear other comments.
Councilmember Medicus.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things on number 3, just wanted to speak to that. I'm not opposed to moving the storage to the city complex. I think it's a great idea, but I don't want us to end up October 1 and not have a plan for where those items are going to be stored and how they're going to be secured, and then have to move that material out. So that's why I wanted that reinstated until we can come up with a plan and actually move out of the storage units. And then I wanted to also speak to Wanda's, they go down to, if you would go down to the bringing the parking lot items over. So on these items, a lot of these that were part of what planning and environmental looked at with that brief look that we got as far as cost of service. And we didn't finish actually digging into that, but these numbers don't really include the cost of providing that service. So I just want us to be careful about just dumping all of this in here without really understanding what it's going to cost and what staff it's going to take to actually do these things, other
Here,
than the
here.
dollars amount that is right here.
Here, 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 here.
Yeah. So just want, I'm not feeling really comfortable about moving all this stuff over here.
I agree, and I think maybe my compromise, where I would say, I think sort of the same thing I did in my budget. I had the same problem, Councilmember Medicus, which was, well, I could start picking and choosing, but I know I'm going to get it wrong. So I think Councilmember Reitz's move sends a clear message, which is we want to fund as many of these as possible. Now would be a good time for us to look to Sylvia or each other and say, are there any of these that we know we should remove because we absolutely know it isn't going to take place? Like I would say, for example, the lighting, the holiday event, $15,000.
Yeah.
I don't see how we're going to get our act together. I mean, I would feel like we need to have that underway immediately, but I could be wrong. And Adopt a Tree would be an example of one where we say 2,500, but that is without the cost of staff involved.
Which is significant. And I would say also considering COVID, things like the spring fling and any events where we're expected to bring groups of people together that's more than 10 people, we should probably put those on the back burner. Including the Arts Commission has, this was their full request of $8,690. They did discuss at their last meeting, actually coming up potentially with some virtual items that could potentially be done to keep the arts alive in our community. So that could potentially be reduced to maybe 5,000 or 4,000. But just saying, we don't know the cost of service on many of these things.
Cost of service, or if we have sufficient staff to hold some of these events.
Exactly.
So the one, if you're asking for staff input, the one that we get calls on all the time is the library card.
And that one I would think is one that's easy. That's easy for staff to absorb and manage, correct?
Yeah.
Or am I wrong? Is it something?
No, that's okay. But it's amazing to me. I thought, well, it's $2,500. It's truly amazing to me.
Yeah, and things that don't take staff time, I think where we know it's a straight through, I'm fine with those, but where we haven't looked at that and really figured out the cost to do it, I'd be cautious. Especially Adopt a Tree. Maybe the conservation programs are a pass through, I don't know.
Councilmember Reitz, are there any, now that you're just hearing this, are there any of these that you want to remove, or do you want to leave them all up there so we can continue discussing?
Well, I think I like this discussion. That's what it's supposed to be about. And I would just echo the library card reimbursement. I have heard from many people that that's an important part of it. From a removal standpoint, I would look to Sylvia, those activities that require a lot of staff time. In looking at this, I'm going to guess the retired residents program that's all staff. The volunteer spring fling, I thought that was CED, but I could be wrong. Business to business support, I thought that was CED, could be wrong. The youth program, I would probably, you could take that one off with the understanding that if things change that we add that to. Adopt a Tree, I don't know really how much staff time is involved. Community gardens, again, a lot of these seem to be kind of passed through. I would probably, open house is probably a lot of staff time, and eco events are a lot of staff time. So you might take those off. So.
Yep. So I will say the retired residents program and the social events for residents, that's included in the 2,500 Penny had asked for.
Oh, okay. Good.
So that one, yeah. So that one I'm highlighting as, sort of being taken care of.
Well, actually, would you actually, Sylvia, would you just delete those from the list? Because those are already covered on the list.
Okay.
And I would say the spring fling is significant number of people.
Yes, I was going to say, since spring fling is a CED, but it also is staff time. So
Staff, okay.
And then business to business support, I think that's a discussion you guys should, probably consider having the Adopt-A-Tree. Yes, we've already determined that's a significant staff time, and we are going to try to work something out with Home Depot or another local nursery who can do the same thing, but with less amount of staff time.
That also came up in my discussions with SFC. It was one of my lighter requests to Joy, was to see if she could actually find a nursery who would potentially be interested in setting up at the farmer's market, even if not every Saturday, maybe once a quarter, where they sell native plants and trees. So that was something she was going to look into.
So, and the community gardens also, that's not a lot of staff time. That's basically support for them. Energy conservation, that's the same thing as a library card. It is, reimbursement based. Same thing. So these right here, those are, I'm sorry. Those are pretty minimal. So I will highlight those. Sprinkling open house, that's a pretty significant staff time one. Plus with COVID, I'm not sure exactly what we'd be able to do with that. And then eco event, same thing. I'm not sure what we can do at this particular point in time. And then Arts Commission has already reduced their request to 5,000. I am going to advocate for staff on tuition reimbursement. I think it's important for us to continue to develop and hone our staff. I know we are in a tight budget year, but that also affects the staff as well.
Councilmember Reitz and Sylvia, are you wanting to keep the youth program, which is items 7 and 13?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you guys about. So the youth program ends up being as a supplement to staff, but what I've learned is it's a lot of our residents' children, our residents' grandchildren who participate in that program.
It's only resident children. It's open. That's one of the requisites, is that you're connected to a resident.
Yeah. So from a give back to the community perspective, I think that's a good program. I'm not sure how much we could do with COVID, or if by next summer we're going to be in a position, but I would advocate to leave it as a placeholder. And then if we can't do it, well, then we can't do it.
So I would also advocate for that. My son did that, and I thought it was a great program. So,
Wando, how do you feel about item 5? Am I wrong? I mean, just tell me if I'm wrong. Is it too late in the game to do a $15,000 light program?
I don't know. That's a good question. I love the idea of the lights and such. I haven't really seen a good, well thought out plan though, versus just more the concept. So I don't really know what that would entail, and I'm guessing we may be behind the 8 ball on that one, but I don't know. I really don't know what's gone on behind the scenes on this one. So Penny might be able to add to that, or Sylvia, you might be able to add to that.
Okay, and then I'm gonna, Councilmember Reitz, I feel like we've culled the list, and so now I'm gonna move down the line to see if there are council members that want to either add back to that list or delete or adjust any of those numbers. And then Regine, was there something that you wanted to add?
I wanted to speak about the offsite storage, that I agree with Karen that it's not a bad idea, since we are going to have empty offices, but it's not something that we can do like right at October 1. And I'd like to leave that money in there, and then we can have a plan and get everything moved over with the shelves and all that. But we have to have a little bit of money to get to, for the first of the fiscal year. So maybe have it until we can get it moved over here, and then that money would just be not spent.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see where I am. Can you talk to how 1 and 2 got? Okay, well, I'm now understanding how 1 got there, and I have concerns that where I'd like to have more discussion about how we went from 33K to 84K in 1 year. So if there are things we can do to get that down further. So I'd like to discuss the infrastructure further than what we have there. And then is this someone else's suggestion? Because you put a public works director in your budget, and then is someone taking it out? There was a council member,
yeah. So this is meant to be a list of including my suggestion to make a change to my own budget. So this is really meant to just be a simplified way for all of us as we're discussing and deliberating, and for the public as they're now trying to figure out which version of what do I look at. This represents truly a list of suggestions as proposed changes to the mayor's budget. So 1 and 2 represent cleanup items. So those are items where staff discovered after I filed my budget, oops, these numbers were wrong. And both 1 and 2 become now unallocated money, which means you all have to decide what do you do with it. But that's what 1 and 2, those are not suggestions.
And how is
those
2
are items.
wrong?
So 2, I don't know if you remember at the last meeting, that position had been in the mayor's filed budget. It appeared twice. So it appeared as Katie's position. Okay. It rolled over, and then we also added it a second time based on me requesting a director.
Okay, we're doing these things so strangely, and sometimes I'm pacing while I'm hearing things, and perhaps I just missed that. So we still have a public works director position suggested in your budget. Is that correct?
Yes, it's that staff added it twice.
Okay, all right. Now I'm tracking. I would like to. But you had it only funded from the second quarter. Is that correct?
I can't remember because I'd
funded starting January 1.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest funding it as soon as possible, right? So
I agree. Here.
Yeah. So because I really think if you want to do the CIP projects, you need to have that person on board yesterday, and so I would suggest that part of that funding goes for the public works director goes to making that more of a full year.
Yeah, and that's going to change it about $30,000. So we would take 10 from each of this.
Okay, so that's one suggestion.
Wait,
the other I noticed, Mayor.
Before you move to the next one, can we let Sylvia catch up?
Sure, absolutely.
It gets typed? Yeah.
Sure. I have time to shuffle through papers.
And again, just to create a breadcrumb trail for us, Sylvia, where it's saying 2 PD director being hired immediately versus Q1. And so that's really what you're adding is that additional quarter of salary.
Right.
And so for that, and realistically, what might still happen if we adopt the budget next week, we still wouldn't be hired. I mean, we could maybe hire somebody. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It looks like she's caught up. So what's your?
Okay.
Oh, actually, back up. So Councilmember Gonzalez asked a question. How did software maintenance jump to close to 80,000? Was that one of your questions?
84K went from 33K to 84K. So I would like some clarification.
Did it jump, Sylvia, or did you guys just double a number?
No, there is a jump. There's OpenGov alone is, I believe, $24,000 a year. There's also Granicus, which is replacing our streaming in the council chambers. And then there's all of the normal stuff, the encode, all of our, just all of the annual software. But the biggest jump is going to be the OpenGov and the Granicus.
Okay, so I'd like to have some conversation about that separately where it's all broken out, but I don't want to do that right here. Let me just keep going on my list. I want to point out that that there's the loss of the roll-off, and that that's a resident item that's being pulled off in your other item. It's kind of a buried item, so I just want to pull that off because it's $7,000 a year, but it may be important to residents, and so I think that should be in the discussion of the parking lot.
What,
The
I don't understand what roll-off.
okay, when I'm looking, I'm really actually going this time through the mayor's budget, and so I had my questions. A lot of my questions this time are really taking apart the mayor's budget. So in the mayor's budget on CB under solid waste, it's talking about the roll-off fees in the storage yard, which amount to approximately $7,000 per year. So does that mean that we're going to have the loss of the roll-off?
No, that means there's a savings because right now we're almost triple dipping when we do bulk pickup. So TDS has bulk pickup. We go do bulk pickup, and then when we go do bulk pickup, we bring it back and we put it in the roll-offs, and then we pay TDS to take it again. So
okay, but it wasn't clear from 2B. So you're saying there'll just be a reduction in that cost, but
yes.
we aren't making the roll-off go away.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just trying to see what services we're really cutting and which services we're increasing, and so that's why I asked these questions. Let's see what other questions that I have. Okay, I'm really grateful to Councilmember Reitz because she got to the utility infrastructure before I did, but that's a very important thing, and I'm grateful. Did that also take into account 3A? Because I hear her saying that she wanted to do all of it, which is wonderful for me because I agree with her, but I see it in 3A and 3B, and I want to just make sure that what she has suggested captures both of those. Or I'd like, just like you gave me on the roll-off, an explanation of what's not being covered and why.
When you're on 3A, where are you?
Where you were kind enough to do the whole mayor's budget for me, and you have page 9 on the mayor's budget, and so I'm actually going through and seeing what her changes were to what she wrote, and so that's really what my figures are right this second. So if you're in the mayor's budget on page 9, it'll say 3A and 3B, and Councilmember Reitz, thank her so much, got to my concern about, and also Alfonso's concern about the infrastructure, but she has it in two places. She has it in the reduction of the utility fund by $55K, which may be a good thing, but I'm not clear why she's doing it by $55K, and I'd like to know that. And then the 200. So I do think, as both those other two speakers noted, that it's very important to fund our infrastructure, and I'd like to understand the rationale.
So I'm in the mayor's budget. So tell me what page you were on.
9.
No. Okay. So the money for the subsidies didn't come down because we decreased the subsidies. It came down because we took the projects out. And when you take the projects out, like Lone Oak, for example, or Sunset Trail, let me back up. Sunset Trail, for example, it had street, water, wastewater, and drainage associated to it. So when we take Sunset Trail out, we take out all of those associated costs. So that reduces the amount that the general fund has to transfer over to cover those projects or to cover those accounts, essentially. It's not that we spent it. It's not that it went somewhere else. It just went back in until we plan for it better.
Okay, so I hear you saying, and let me repeat this out so I make sure that infrastructure funds are all covered. That's my goal here in asking my questions. We had projects, and some of those projects were actually funded by the utility fund. We're not doing those projects, so it's a null because of that. Is that a correct restatement of what you said?
Correct.
Okay. I just like I said, I'm on the Alfonso Reitz mission there, and because it was also mine, and I just wanted to clarify that I wasn't losing something in that mission, and it sounds like I'm not, so that's fine.
Yeah. So the other point too is we did the 221 would have been this coming year's utility infrastructure transfer, again, because we want to sort of hit reset and start looking at that from a more 50,000 foot level. That has also gone away, and in going away, it just means we're not making that transfer. It's not being proposed to be expended anywhere else. It's just going back to the account it came from.
Okay, but in this case, and let's just check all my reasoning and all my math here. As I understand it, this is what Councilmember Reeds, Alfonso, and I are asking, is that out of the general fund, this money would go to funding infrastructure that we believe ought to be funded, and that is 3B.
Correct.
Is that not correct?
No, Councilmember Reeds is talking from this budget year. So from this budget year,
Okay.
if you remember, when we reduced expenses, we reduced or eliminated the transfers, the subsidy transfers and the utility infrastructure transfer. That alone was over $600,000. So what she's saying is this year we're in better position than we thought we were going to be. Go ahead and make that transfer.
Okay, well, I'm agreeing to that as well, but I'm also saying for the next year that I want those funds to be in the budget. And I'm seeing, is what I'm seeing in 3B that they're not in the budget?
Correct. They're not in the budget because we're going to sit with Public Works and we're going to sit with budget and we're going to sit with P&E on the long-term plans, on the capital plans, on the future land use plans as well, to determine what it is we really need.
Okay, but I still want the money there, so I'm going to go ahead and put it in that parking lot, and we can disagree about that.
It's
but
not there.
I'm sorry?
It's not that it's not there, because we're going to come back with a capital budget where you're going to see all of these things where they belong in a capital budget.
Well, I'm in favor of that, but I don't see how that can't just be adjusted. And I have a working number, and I don't mind if that number is tweaked after it's rethought, but I would like this in as a placeholder, so that's my suggestion.
Okay, so then Sylvia, would you add that? And it wouldn't go to the parking lot because the parking lot is referencing a specific thing. So it would just be a separate number. So a suggestion.
Because that's a huge shift from our previous budget if we don't do that. It would be a major change in policy. And if people are going to choose to do that, that would be a big precedent.
And Melissa, Councilmember Gonzalez, can you see what she typed and confirm? Is that the adjustment that you're suggesting?
Yes, and I appreciate I appreciate that separate line. Thank you very much. Let me just go real quick and make sure I didn't have anything else. Got the public since I got the floor. Can you? I also like a little bit of clarity about how we're fixing where we don't have the same crime control deficit this year as we had the coming year as we've had in the past year. So I just want to just clarity about how we fix that so we don't have to do a transfer again.
Well, there has to be a reduction in expenses or a general fund transfer. I mean, this year we drew down what was essentially in their reserves. We won't be able to do that again. So we're going to have to either reduce expenses and or increase the transfer from the general fund.
Right. And so I guess I'd like an explanation between now and because that's a little red flag in my world, and I would just like an explanation between now and the next discussion as to how we're going to do that, or if we already did it, so someone can just point me to how we fix that problem. And I think that's all I have in my immediate list. Thank you very much.
So for that last request, Sylvia, is it clear what she's asking for?
Not really, because the problem was fixed this year with the transfer to reserves. That's going to be a budget discussion and a policy discussion that's going to happen as we start planning next year's budget.
Councilmember Gonzalez, do you want to clarify what you're requesting?
Okay, here's what I'm, so are you saying because we did a budget transfer this year that 2021, let's see, 2021's budget, let me do this right so I'm clear. So we just finished 1920, right? And we went in the red and we fixed it by putting money in? And are we budgeted where we don't believe we're going to go in the red? How's that just as a question? Are we budgeted in the mayor's budget where we don't believe we're going to run a deficit for the PD?
You should not run a deficit for the PD. However, I will caveat that it ran in the red already, and we resolved the red by transferring out of reserves.
But we haven't fixed the problem that ran us in the red.
Correct.
Okay, so I would like a solution, because I don't like planning for a problem. So I would like a solution to that before we pass this budget. And that's what I'm suggesting between now and the next discussion.
Sylvia, can you help me understand now? Because now I'm lost.
Yeah, so again,
my belief was that we had balanced the PD deficit.
Well, you have, but we took it out of reserve. Again, it's expenses of $5. There was dollars, let's say, and we had revenues come in of $3. So we took the $2 that you had in savings to balance to equal that $5. So
I
the
didn't
PD
think that
budget
it
is
was
balanced,
a
but it's
transfer
balanced.
I didn't think that it was a transfer out of reserves. I thought that there was unallocated funds, and that's what we used to fund that deficit.
No, it was transferred from their reserves. If you go back to here, you will see that's what this sheet is for. So crime control tax 425, and you'll see there's a footnote that says transfer from crime control reserves of 119,895. So the option to that is, as Wanda stated, there's non-committed funds in the general fund. We could transfer it from the general fund and put that 119 back in crime control reserve, but that's really from one pot to the other. Crime control, at the end of this year, crime control ends with no money in their reserve pot.
So my understanding of what happened, just for people who are listening, is that when Budget and Finance did their amazing job of the projection of fixing everything to 80%, they did that with the general fund, but they didn't do it with the crime control tax. That wasn't given to them to do. And so no adjustments were made to that going down. And so that's how we got a problem. And there's a potentially the same problem because we have the same amount of expenses if we haven't made changes to our budget. And so that's what I'm asking about. And so we did in fact transfer from reserves to solve our problem, but it was only in PD.
Yes, so you are essentially asking for a reduction of public safety expenses, correct, Councilmember Gonzalez?
I'm asking for payment. It may or may not be a reduction, but it certainly needs to be covered in the budget.
And so the way that I did address this in my budget was to say, this is the year that we have to discuss that anyways, because the crime control tax expires. So we don't actually have a PD that runs on a deficit. That is a fallacy. We have a crime control tax that only post construction of the facility was even used to subsidize the operating costs of the PD. So our PD doesn't run on a deficit any more than Public Works runs on a deficit or admin runs on a deficit. We are a city that has 3 departments that we have to fund and operate. The crime control prevention tax was put in place to cover the expenses of the facility. However, it didn't expire immediately upon the end of that project. And so as we continued to bring money in, we allowed it to be used to pay for the only thing it could legally be used for, which was the operations of our PD. This year, the city's going to have to make that decision. The residents are going to have to decide, do we want to continue that tax or not? And if the residents say no, then we're going to go back to doing what we used to do, which is our general fund paid for our police department.
Correct. I just want to make sure we do that.
Yep.
So is that the solution you're looking for, or what? I still don't understand what solution you're looking for. Because it's going to come out of general fund.
I am happy to have suggestions for how that does. I just don't want to run in the red again while we're looking at this. That's my only concern. I'm okay with it, but I I don't want this to happen again. So I'm just checking in. There are multiple solutions, and I don't have an attachment. I'm happy to take the chiefs and staffs and the mayor's recommendation about how that is. I'm just pointing out what happened, and I want to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, again, I don't understand, because if it doesn't come from crime control, it's going to come from general fund. Public Works runs on a deficit because it doesn't bring in nearly the revenue it takes to operate it. So does admin. So all of the funds are in that same position, and it's up to the general fund to resolve it. So again, I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, we adjusted general fund, and we didn't adjust crime control. As we're moving forward, have we adjusted crime control? I guess that would be the thing. Have we adjusted crime control to account for the 20% drop? That's what we didn't do last time.
We did. All of the funds had a 20% drop.
Then we've answered my question. Because we just didn't do that the last time, and that's how we got that deficit. So as long as we've done it, then we solve it, and I'm not concerned.
Okay.
So your question has been answered.
My question has been answered. I just didn't want to have that little oops moment.
Thank you. Council Member Reitz.
Yes, thank you. I have a little bit of a different take on the crime control tax and the fund. To me, this is money that should be spent every year. We shouldn't be building up a reserve in the crime control. It was meant for a very specific purpose, for a very specific timeline of 5 years. And so we shouldn't be doing that. The 425, and what has happened is that in the past years, we have not spent, last year we did not spend the entire $400,000 that came in. And so this 425 is what that number comes from our budgeted, what we think we'll bring in this year, which is a 25% reduction, which is about $100,000. So that's about $300,000, plus the leftover of the fund of 119, which was unspent from last year. So that's why it looks bigger. And so we did make those adjustments in the budget, if that makes any sense.
Yes, that makes sense to me. And the way you worded it, I should have worded it that way as well, which is I don't think we should be, I don't even know why we would have a reserve for that account. If we know that we have a PD that operates with no other sources of revenue, 100% of it should be put forth to operational costs, or if there is a project that's planned in between budget cycles where we can clearly say this qualifies for use of that tax money, like an additional security program for the commercial district or the residential district. It's been discussed, vetted, and approved. That could potentially be used with this tax fund in the future. But in order for that to happen, the city has to decide that they even want to continue the tax.
That's exactly right. And quick question, did we buy cameras? I thought we approved cameras for this past year. Did we buy them?
Sylvia, did that get put on hold with COVID, or did the chief?
I believe it got put on hold. Chief is on the line. He can
Okay.
answer.
All right, thanks.
Chief? Chief?
Yes, I'm here. And yeah, the cameras were put on hold as a result of COVID.
Do you know how much was budgeted to that, Sylvia or Chief?
It's $30,000.
So is that 30,000 rolling over in the budget?
No, we didn't put them in for this year. That was something that we were going to discuss, bring back up during the year once we knew how much we were going to be down in the crime control fund.
Sylvia, can you confirm that in the mayor's proposed budget that 30,000 is not in there?
Correct, it's not in there. And again, we still owe you guys a snapshot of where we're ending this year. We have estimates, but now we're getting closer to the end of the year, and so we're sharpening that focus. There will be extra funds available that can go back to do some of the things that we had planned to do. I just don't know how much. I don't want to get everybody excited about that, but We did, as everybody has stated, understate what we thought our revenues were going to be.
So I would strongly advocate that we purchase those cameras. So I'm a business owner and I couldn't get by without my cameras. So thanks.
So Wanda, would you like to suggest an addition, item to adjust the mayor's budget to include
Yes.
30,000 to PD?
Yes.
And is that for resident? So I know we had talked at one point of having like end cap. So for most of our streets, they're either dead end or one way in, you know, the villas, the meadows, there's only one way in, one way out. So one camera suggestion was just for the commercial district. There was another,
so I thought the chief said that these could be portable, where if we found there were some thefts going on in a street, we could move the cameras to the street that had the problem and keep them there for a while. And so I thought it was portable. Is that correct, Chief?
That's correct. They're portable.
Okay.
Okay, so adjust mayor's budget to add 30,000, and that would be general fund dollars. Is that correct, Sylvia?
Correct.
Or we could do it this year's budget.
Yes.
So it's already in this year's budget. So
yes,
couldn't we? So then, if that's the case, then it doesn't need to be on this list.
I would fund it from this year. Yes.
Okay. So then you can just delete that, Sylvia, and make that a separate, maybe a bring back item. Okay, Councilmember Reitz, was that all that you had before I move to the next?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Ellett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilmember Reitz for making this as simple as possible. I just want to recap her comments so far. So the first comment is, and I agree with, we would fund the utility infrastructure fund with $200K from this year, from fiscal 19-20 budget, correct? Is that the proposal there?
Correct.
I would agree with that. And then if you could bring up the list of the 1 through 17 that's now being reduced. I agree with those. I assume that in order to get there, we are going to, the proposal is also to fund the CED for the $2,500 for the various activities they proposed.
Correct.
Okay. Then a comment then on the Public Works Director. I agree we should hire this person as quick as possible, but in all realism here, I don't think this person would be on board before November 1. So I think we would have to increase the allocation, because we had that person coming on board January 1. I think we'd have to increase the amount funded for that by 2 months worth of cost.
So
not more
that's what
than that.
Melissa added. Which number is that, Sylvia? So that's already been added on here.
That's up here. In
Yeah,
the
but I think it was more than 2 months that was proposed, correct?
Well, it's the remainder. It's November, December.
Yeah, if we all may be in agreement, yeah, I'm saying 2 months.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the final comment is on storage, off-site storage. Sylvia, what is it we're storing?
So we have a variety of city records, things that we're required by our retention schedule to keep in perpetuity. We've not started a digitizing effort, but that is
Okay.
on our radar. And then there's also Arts Commission stuff, and then there's most of the city stuff's already in the Public Works building.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. I would propose, and I don't know how much it would be, actually increasing the money for off-site storage, but that money to be used, a significant portion of that, to be used for digitizing our records and, storing them in the cloud so that we don't have this issue year after year after year, and also brings us into the 21st century. So I don't know how we would accommodate that. I'm saying, yes, we have to store some stuff, but can we not make moves here to digitize and storing this in the cloud?
Separate portions of storage, and Sylvia, correct me if I'm wrong, the portion that Councilor Medicus has put back in, that is just for the storage of
Arts
Commission stuff. The
Mhm.
portion of my budget where I said get rid of all the records and stuff, that's still in the budget. And so in that being approved, Councilmember Ellett, two things would be triggered. One, we stop paying for offsite storage for documents.
Right.
Two, that forces the documents to be moved to City Hall. Three, that provides the impetus to Sylvia to properly sort and digitize the documents and keep whatever's required to be in hard copy, if anything. It forces her to go through that exercise.
No, I agree, and I think I thought that was the answer you were giving me. But I would like to incentivize it by putting some money in there. Make sure we have the right amount of money in there so we can get this digitizing done as quickly, efficiently, and as accurately as possible.
So Sylvia, do you even have an estimate for what? Like, do you need to hire additional temp services? Is there anything that you need aside from being forced to move it to City Hall? Do you need additional funds for the second phase, which is what do you do with it once it gets to City Hall? That's not in my budget.
No, that's not your budget. And I would say to give me a few days to come up with a plan. I've had to digitize a whole development center. And if you don't have a very, very, very good index, things get lost very quickly, and then it doesn't do you any good
Yes.
to do that. So
So-
there are professional companies who do that, but I also think we have the ability to do it internally with a temp or something like that.
Okay. So
And
could
so
we?
then while we're on that, could you add an additional item, which is amount TBD for proper organization and digitizing of records once moved to City Hall?
Okay. And thank you. And a final comment is, I think the adoption.
Could that, and Sylvia, could you make that a separate, that's going to be a separate amendment to the budget. So that's going to be separate and apart from Karen's item.
Okay. And a final point, if I may make, Madam Mayor, I think a proviso of the adoption of this budget should be that staff implements and develops a true capital expenditure budget next year.
Councilmember Medicus?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, I believe that $4,000 on the offsite storage is for all of the city's offsite storage, because the storage for the Art Fest is one unit that's 8 by 10 that's unconditioned, and it's $19.20 a year. So the $4,000 isn't all for the offsite storage for the Arts Commission supplies. I think that's
Actually, we had, I believe we had about $8,000 in there. I think the city piece is about $1,600. So we cut it in half. But knowing that we were going to have to move and those kinds of things, that's why we said put the $4,000 back, because there is some cost in moving that item anyway.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that that wasn't all Arts Commission.
No.
Okay, just to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
So then to that point, if Phil's wanting to add money for phase two shouldn't be funded if you just defunded phase one. So Sylvia, what are you proposing for next year? Any moving of offsite storage or none?
I think we have to take a good inventory. I think I have to create an index, and then I have to develop a plan to digitize, whether we do that third party or internally. I think
And so
the point
none of that would be done in this budget cycle. I mean, in terms of this budget that we're going to adopt in 2 weeks.
I couldn't give you an amount for this budget cycle, no.
Okay, so Councilmember Ellett, that item she just added as number 4, that should be taken off because she's not going to have that for us.
Okay, and Madam Mayor, I lost the audio for a while, but I also made a comment about the adoption, and I didn't hear an answer. The implementation of a true capital expenditure budget. I didn't hear the response to that.
Sylvia.
Yes, the plan hopefully is we're going to bring a capital budget either in December, January timeframe after working with Public Works and Budget and Finance.
Okay. Thank you.
And so Sylvia, down lower on your list of just bring back items that are not connected to amending the budget, there needs to be at some point where you bring back as an agenda item, what is the plan for moving things out of storage, phase 1, and phase 2, managing, which would not apply to the arts materials, but for the city records of phase 2, which is once they get here, having an immediate plan for implementation of digitizing and proper filing and organization. Councilmember Medicus, were you done? Was there anything else you wanted to add? Regine, is there something that you needed to add to the?
I just wanted to make the point about the offsite storage. I don't, you already took it off. I don't think the digitizing can be done in 1 year. There are a lot, I mean, over 100, if not more, boxes that have a lot of stuff in them. So I think it was right taking that out for this year and maybe start that in the next budget. We can definitely get them moved over to get them out of that facility. I think it'll take a little bit of planning, but once these offices are empty, we can definitely move them over here. It'll probably take 2 or 3 of the offices, but and then digitize from here as we go.
Penny, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I wanted to go back and just clarify the conversation that we had on the parking lot items, and there was questions about the lights. Part of what we were trying to do within CED was some strategic planning, and we had taken a poll from a lot of different citizens about identifying an area that you would know definitely you were in Sunset Valley. Part of that was lighting down the medians on Brody, and as you're going down some of the other roads that are within Sunset Valley. And we knew that we would never be able to put in the budget $45,000 for lights to do the trees or the light posts, you know, however we did it. We also were talking a little bit about you know, the Christmas decorations that the Arts Commission was trying to work on for a bit. And so what we decided to do was to do this as a 3-year plan, do 15, 15, and 15. And at the end of those 3 years, you would have enough to do everything we want. In the meantime, use the first year's lights to decorate where we were able to with that Christmas plan, then the second year and the third year. So we wanted to do some planning down the road because we knew that it would be necessary to get done what we wanted. And we had kind of feelings that this is where the city and residents wanted us to go. So that's really what I wanted to say, because there was some questions and confusion. And my understanding now is lights were taken off of that list in the parking lot. They weren't highlighted. Is that true? Or are they still on there?
No, it's still on there.
It's still on there. Okay. So does anybody have any questions about why we were doing this? We were working to do some planning long term.
I don't have any questions. I just think it's similar to other issues we saw this year, which council needs to be very, very clear and not just make it appear that they're giving $15,000 to a committee. And instead it needs to be clear, we're allocating $15,000 for this potential event. That event needs to be fully fleshed out and brought to council, and council then needs to approve the actual expenditure. So even though it's earmarked, the actual plan needs to be approved. And so that's where I would hope that Councilmember Reitz agrees with that. And that's where, to my question of the committee, that would mean that the committee here in the next, very near future would need to be planning so that they can bring a clear proposal of, this is how much money we need, this is what we're going to utilize, this is the amount of staff resources we need. Does it then mean we have to have storage afterwards? I mean, truly saying this is what we plan to do with that money.
Well, I do understand that, but I'm kind of confused then, because there is a moratorium on anyone meeting in September and October, and November is definitely too late to be able to start planning. So are we already saying that it's impossible to do? I look at our our
If you're
ability
wanting to do
to
a
kind of
lighting
market.
event, I don't think a lighting event has to do with people meeting. And so are you talking about your committee can't meet?
Yeah, yeah.
They're only
Well,
not
we're
meeting
meeting.
in September.
Okay.
And you wouldn't want to meet on this anyways until after the budget is approved, and the budget doesn't get approved until September 15th.
Okay. So we can meet in October then. My understanding was
Right.
September and October was no go, both months.
No, just
And
September.
that's okay, just September. Okay, then I can handle that because we really do. We need to start working on a bunch of different things. And that's one of those items, as well as a Christmas event for marketing purposes. So thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
clarifying that.
And council, to that, the point I just made, I would hope that if we are allocating money anywhere so that we don't create the confusion that I saw this year between Arts Commission and CED and even just with residents, that council be very clear when you're funding something that you expect to see a plan come back and approve before any of that money is spent. Councilmember Reitz.
Yes, I would totally agree. And for Penny, I would suggest a detailed, almost a spreadsheet of what you're going to buy, how you're going to put it up, et cetera, et cetera. A very detailed plan. And so everybody knows how the money is going to be spent. And I think you could be off to a good start if you can get that done in that October timeframe. So thanks.
And Sylvia, I don't know if you were in on any of the discussions in either of the committees, but I mean, I assume you have to hire professionals to do that. So why would we be buying the lights ourselves?
So there was some overlap among the committees. I think Arts Commission had some estimates as to lighting, City Hall, et cetera, et cetera. There's going to be some logistics with lighting in the trees because we need electrical and some of the islands are not electrified. So there is some planning that has to go through before we get to that particular point in time.
And have you done this in other cities?
Yes, it's expensive.
I was about to say, don't you use I mean, for the reasons you just gave out, you hire a professional to come in and do end to end.
Well, we've done it two ways. In one community, the Chamber of Commerce did it. I mean, but the Christmas tree alone was over $75,000. And the Chamber of Commerce, the city funded it, and then the Chamber of Commerce paid it back. And then in Corpus Christi, AEP, which was the electric company, actually sponsored the event, and they did all of the electrical drops and things in the area where it was electrified. But normally what would happen is where we have our posts, where we have the banners on ERW, for example, those already have electrical. So there would be some modification of those. We'd light the poles. There are some like attachments that go to the poles, like snowflakes and those kinds of things that make it look very Christmassy. But along ERW and along the shopping center route, where that's where you want to make it more appealing for people to want to turn in, to want to come and shop. I got to find out where the electrical is. And so there will be some engineering involved.
And Penny, I see that your hand is up, but I'd rather us not get into any more detail on CED stuff because the budget's a big budget and it's on the list. And so I think council members or residents, if there is any discussion on other areas of the budget or items for clarification or addition to this list of potential changes. And then council members too, if you would, Sylvia, if you can scroll through this list and maybe clean up some of the items, and then council members, if you would read them and raise your hand if you feel like any of these need to be worded differently. Or likewise, if there are items where you want to advocate for either removing them or changing them. Sylvia, am I correct that we do still need something in that blank on 1A? Somebody needs to make a suggestion as to where that additional general fund money goes?
And that could be a suggestion to go to SFC.
It also could just go to reserves if we want to make it, clean adjustments, which is that goes to the reserves. And then later we have an item that is to fund them from the general fund. Council members, would you raise your hand if you have a suggestion for this amendment list of how we want to allocate that 17,000? Sylvia, what would you recommend as the easiest in terms of how we will be approving the budget? Would it be easier to say that amount going to SFC?
Yes.
Or would it be easier to say that amount to the reserves?
That
and then a
amount to
separate?
SFC. That amount to
Okay.
SFC.
And so then you'll have to go down later and adjust the amount.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll give you a minute to do that. And then while she's doing that, council members, do we have any additional items to add to this list for additional discussion for amendment to the mayor's budget? Okay, and so what I will suggest now is that I'll do one last call for public comments. And again, we do still have another agenda item. So if there's somebody, a resident who wants to speak to the budget, you'll have another opportunity. But I will now close the public hearing at 8:29. I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 8:35. And Sylvie, that'll give you a chance to clean this list up. And then when we come back, council members, first thing we'll do is revisit this list and you can continue making adjustments. So we will adjourn and reconvene at 8:35. Sylvia, do you have the ability to make the screen where we can maybe ideally see the whole list in one screen? Sylvia? Sylvia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the ability to open your screen wider or something where we might be able to see the full list?
Yes. Let's see.
It feels like you're like it's not really letting you show us very much of your page.
Am I paused or am I showing?
We can see your screen.
Resume. Okay.
It just looks like we're in like panoramic view and it's chopping off like 50% of your potential screen space.
Let's see. Oh, let me see. View. How's that?
Yes, and you could also, since we're using this just for reviewing, you could move your margins out all the way. How many items total do we have on this list?
It's only 7. The others
Okay,
are
perfect.
notes for, yeah, so it's all right there
Okay.
on the screen.
Okay, great. So then I will reconvene our meeting for September 1st, a regular city council meeting for Sunset Valley, Texas, reconvening at 8:37 p.m. Council members, we are now outside of our hearing. We're on to item number 4, which is council deliberation and possible action on the budget. The budget is not going to be approved until September 15th, which is 2 weeks from today. We could go through each of these items and see if council members want to vote, which doesn't mean it's a final adoption into the budget, but it at least gives each other, us, and residents a clear idea of the things that council wants to amend instead of just saying that this is a loose list that might or might not be included into the budget. Another approach is that you just do nothing and we make sure that this list is as complete as possible, which is also a reminder to residents. So residents look at this list, because basically what we have gotten to at this point is that we will be adopting the mayor's budget with any or all of these changes that you see in front of you. So there's 7 proposed amendments to the mayor's budget. And then if we don't take any action tonight, or the approach that I would suggest next Tuesday, because there's no way for me to know if all of council agrees on all 7 of these unless everybody just says we're good with all 7 of those. And somebody makes one sweeping motion, which is motion to approve the mayor's budget, including these 7 amendments. That's one approach, or we could go through each one of the 7 and take a vote. I don't care. It's really about ensuring that at the end of the final adoption, that there isn't a council member or resident who is confused about what we just adopted. And so with that, now that we're on the deliberation item, is there anything that we feel like we've not discussed through either the workshop or the budget hearing that council members feel needs to be discussed before they can adopt a final budget? And that is a question to both council members and to residents. Okay, Council Member Medicus.
Thank you, Mayor. I just a point of clarification on item number 5. Does that also include the 10K from the HOT, or is that somewhere else?
So the 10K from the HOT is already in the mayor's
Okay.
budget, so that would not require an amendment. So this would be in addition. It's me proposing to amend my own budget. So
Okay, and then the only other question I had was on number 6, item 1. Um, uh, with COVID and large gatherings, that's usually an event, I think, in April.
I would agree with removing that, but I would look to Councilmember Reitz to see if she has a different opinion. Councilmember Reitz, for Spring Fling, Councilmember Medicus is suggesting that we remove that. Do you have an opinion?
My opinion is that if COVID is lifted, we will all be so excited to go out and do some flinging. So, and as I stated earlier, that if we couldn't do any of these activities because of COVID, then they would all go back into the reserves.
Okay.
Okay, so Councilmember Reitz, your opinion is keep it, fund it, and we potentially just don't use the money.
Yes, it gives me hope.
Okay. Councilmember Medicus, did you have anything else you want to add while you have the floor?
No, thank you.
And Councilmember Gonzalez, I see that you physically have your hand up, but I can see your digital hand too, so you're in queue. Councilmember Rosengarten.
Wow. I highly recommend that we make no decision tonight. All of this information is new information tonight that we have been working on. It would be nice to have some time to digest it, go through it again individually, and then come back to it on the 15th. Thank you.
And Councilmember Rosengarten, are there any other items? Because what we don't want to have are suggestions on the 15th, because then we no longer have time to think about them or vet them. So are there any additional proposed amendments that you would make to this list, or anything on here that you know you absolutely are not willing to consider? Because now would be the time to have that discussion.
That's why I'd like to have some time, is to mull it over and see what look at all the numbers, go back to the budget process, see what was going on at OpenGov, and then have that finalized in my mind before I can vote on it.
And Sylvia, I know that today you had showed me on all of these that you and Susanna have the ability to show what for some residents especially, it becomes a more complicated way of looking at it, but where you can actually show for each one of these adjustments how it affects all the different money movements that have to happen in the final budget. And so I would imagine that probably all of our council members would like to see that applying all 7 of these.
Yes.
And the sooner you can get that to everybody, the better. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I was raising my hand up back when you were asking for the list. I have at least 2 items to add to it. The first one is add 1 tech, and the second one is add 2 techs. And I really would like to see some information about the impact to this in the utility fund, in terms of making sure that we have the people that we need in order to make that all functional. So that's just a thing that if there's any additional utility related information about that, I would like it. I do want to point out, just in case anybody missed it, that we are down to in real time just 3 people right now, and vacations happen, and sick time happens, and all kinds of things like that, and that's too low. So that's why I add those 2 things.
And actually, Sylvia, can you, since that's come up a couple times today, I assume that we're not changing anything about how we normally tend to a position that opens, which is you'll refill it. So
Correct.
The maintenance tech position, I assume you'll be filling that as soon as possible. And that's one of the easier positions that we're able to fill in our city typically.
We just received his notice, his official notice today. He gave us notice yesterday. His official notice came in today. We may have the ability to call back somebody who worked with us before, so.
Okay. So we're not anticipating that that's going to be a gaping hole. We anticipate that we'll have it filled.
Yes, we also have a temp right now that is backfilling that position anyway, so.
Were there other items that you wanted to add, Councilmember Gonzalez? We have the adding, the addition of one or two.
Yeah, and the other thing that I'd like to add, Mayor, is I would, if anybody was out of town, this is the only time before potentially adopting that we could have residents input. And we did say that we were going to have these multiple hearings in your letter. And so I really do think that there's merit to being able to have just a short meeting in the scheduled interim date, just in case people are out of town, because otherwise this was the only hearing and then we adopt. And that's what I didn't want to have happen. So, and I think that to get all the information, I mean, I requested a whole lot of information that I'd like to digest, just like Councilmember Rosengarten said, have some time to digest the information that comes back to us before we have to vote on it. So since I personally requested quite a lot of information that I still think needs to be discussed before we adopt and mulled over, as she said, at least an hour or so in that time to be able to discuss those things and get those reports.
Council members, would you each at some point raise your hand so you can weigh in on that issue? And the next, I only see one other hand up. So also residents who are in the room, if you have suggestions for changes to the budget, please let your opinion be known now. Councilmember Ellett.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I think it is important to get the residents' input. I strongly encourage an email to them or a push activity on open.gov to make sure we get all of the input in. This is the second time that the residents have had an opportunity to give some input. The information has been out there now for, Mayor, let me ask you, how long has your budget been out there? 3 weeks?
It's 5 or 6 weeks plus the budget finance hearing process, also the budget finance committee process. So there's been a lot of time.
I think there's been a lot of time. I would do another round by pushing out, a notification via open.gov. Please submit your input. Please submit your suggestions. I don't think we need another workshop. I think I had my hand up earlier to clarify the dates. So the next meeting would be on the 15th. We would go through the issues that have been raised tonight. There would be data sent to us in the interim from Sylvia and the staff to answer the questions. So I'm prepared to meet on the 15th and digest the information. And I think we've had a lot of time to think about it. The process this year has been a lot simpler than it has been in the past. And I think that's because of the work done by budget and finance, by staff, and the implementation of open.gov. So I think we're better prepared to make decisions this year.
Councilmember Gonzalez is a yes. You're a no. I got that. Councilmember, do you have other input you want to add to this agenda item? I do understand that you don't want to have an additional work session. But
no.
If we do have an additional work session, it will be next Tuesday. Is there anything else you want to add to this agenda item that we're on right now?
No, thank you.
Okay. Council members, could I please have your input on whether you want or need a work session next Tuesday? Councilmember Reitz.
So I think I am okay. I think what I need to see is just what we need to do to get this balanced. And I think that's the work that Sylvia and Susanna and Regine will do. Because if I look at it without the maintenance text down there, it's like 124,000 or so that we're adding to the budget, but we're also taking out 30, about 100 and such. So, and that's without the maintenance text. I don't have those numbers. I'm not sure how I feel about that, because I think we'd have to go back and adjust the 60,000 in the contract on that one if we added the maintenance techs back in. So my preference is not to have another session, but to get the information out to everyone and get comments in and as quickly as possible. So,
And by
you.
information out, you mean answers to the questions that came up tonight, and then more specifically on this list of 9, a representation from Sylvia and Susanna that shows how we would file a complete balanced budget with or without
Yes.
these adjustments, which
That's
that
exactly
alone
right.
isn't an easy thing to digest, because some of these, like 8 and 9, we're not going to adopt both. It would be, this is what the budget looks like if you take
Right.
8. This is what you do if you take 9. This is what happens if you keep it the way it is. So even within just this list of 9, each individual item isn't going to be that difficult probably for council members to vote on, but you all need the time to see how the budget balances with each one of them.
That's correct.
Okay, my preference is not to have another called meeting, but I will get everybody else's opinion. Councilmember Medicus?
I'm wondering if we could do the same format that we did tonight, where we have an hour before to get that big picture view with all the adjustments, and one
On the 15th?
On the 15th?
Yes,
First
absolutely.
hour starting at 5.
I'm okay with that.
I think that's a nice, fair compromise. I would have to see if Councilmember Gonzalez would feel like that's an okay compromise. And then Councilmember Rosengarten, I'm not going to force you to weigh in, but if you would like to weigh in, if you would raise your hand, please. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Mayor, I'll take what I can get, but the problem is that it was an inaccurate statement to say that there was a time when residents could speak another time, because this has been the only time that they could. We did not allow residents to speak at the last meeting.
Oh, that's not true at all. There have been 2 separate opportunities for residents to speak. That's patently false.
Okay, I'll go back and I'll look at the minutes, but it was not.
We allowed public input on the night that we presented the budget. We then also allowed public input when we discussed it. I mean, it was limited because we did spend an awful lot of time on Lone Oak, but there was a small amount of time open for budget discussion. And more importantly, residents have had an opportunity during all of that time to post comments on OpenGov.
I get that it was on OpenGov, but I'll go back and double check my thing. But I had a resident say that to me today, so that was 2 people who remembered it that way. But I will go back and confirm. Thank you for your memory.
And regardless, even if during the night where we were caught up on the Lone Oak item, this budget has been out for public consumption, and there has not been a lot of strong input that hasn't been addressed tonight, mainly the parking lot. So the biggest issue that I think was of importance to many of our residents are those smaller items that different residents and committees cared about, are those things going to be funded? Councilmember Medicus, your hand is still up, but it may be up from before. Was there anything else that you wanted to add?
No, sorry, that was from before. I'll lower it.
Okay. Councilmembers, does anybody else want to weigh in? Councilmember Rosengarten, it would be helpful. Do you have a preference to having a work session next Tuesday, or the format similar to what we did tonight, which is we do an extended meeting on the 15th, and it would start with a work session, sort of an extended time certain open discussion format prior to an action item? And so tonight, we're at 4 hours at this point that we've spent on the budget. Councilmember Rosengarten.
Thank you for unmuting me.
Well, I didn't see your hand up, so I thought maybe you were purposefully saying, even if you're asking me, I don't want to say anything. I thought maybe you were not wanting to weigh in.
I was hitting the button and hitting the button and hitting the button. do I want a work session or do I want to do it all on the 15th? I prefer to do it all on the 15th.
And are you okay if we did it the same way we did tonight, which is we start an hour early?
Sure.
Okay. And so that would mean we're potentially signing up for a 5 to 10 meeting.
Doesn't have to be.
Helen, you have the floor.
Hi, were you talking to me? This is Helen.
Well, I'm not talking to you. I just recognized you. You had your hand up.
Okay. Well, I didn't see my unmute me button go off. Okay. Thanks very much. I really appreciate all the work that you've done tonight and all the work before. It's pretty amazing compared to in years past. I would like, because there's been so much discussion tonight and it's been very illuminating. But I'd like to see you have maybe not a work session per se in between. I know you're sick of meeting, but at least at the next meeting on the 15th, that there be ample time to really put all these numbers into perspective once again, because you've made a lot of changes, so that we can see them, and then plenty of time for public comment as well as council comment before you make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sylvia, so I don't, and I'll leave a few minutes if there are residents. Again, what would be most helpful to staff and council members, if there are any residents who want to make suggestions to add to this list that we have right now of possible amendments to the mayor's budget, putting them up now allows everybody to know that it's up for potential change. It's very difficult to start suggesting changes on the 15th. It can be done, absolutely. But for the same reason we see tonight, council members typically want to have some time to digest it and to, more importantly, to see how it adjusts the overall budget. So if there are any residents who want to make additional suggestions or ask that a council member add a suggestion, please raise your hand. And then Sylvia, what I'm hearing is that we will do a work session, but as a compromise, we'll do it on the 15th. So we'll set that meeting similar to what we did tonight, and we'll set a work session at 5 p.m. without it having a set end time, so that there's not pressure to end it at a certain time. And then we will go from that into our deliberation and final adoption of a budget. And then Sylvia, can you give any sort of a commitment for the list that we have in front of us when you can provide both descriptive backup for the things brought up by council members, but then also the financial backup for these items?
We will have it to the council by Thursday.
Thursday, okay. And so for the public too, what I would suggest is that maybe, to Councilmember Ellett's point, that we do an eye contact to residents that says, last call, please, if you haven't already, log into OpenGov, look at the mayor's budget, look at this list. These are the things that council is currently aiming towards possibly adjusting, so that there's that push, and then relink residents to our OpenGov town hall for the budget, so that all of those public comments can hopefully sit in the same place.
Okay.
Okay, council members, anything else on budget before we move on? Residents or council members? Okay, so we are now at item number 5, which is out of order, but it's not a mistake. We're at citizen and public communication. So if there are any residents or anybody from the public who wants to speak to an item that is not on our agenda, we are now rolling into what would normally be at the top of our agenda. Lisa Versace, you have the floor.
Hey, I was just curious about the portal, the 311 portal. I'm not sure if that's on the agenda for tonight, but I did get a request, and I can't remember who it was from, for citizens to start using the portal more, so that not only can we track projects that have been completed, but we can get an accurate timeline I don't know if that was going to die, if 311 is kind of fading away, but I see so much potential
No,
for that as being
it's
used.
not going to die. It's not going to
Okay.
die. It's on tonight's agenda for approval, and you were correct. The
Okay.
preference would be that more residents use it for the reasons you just cited.
Okay, yeah, because I really like that, and I love seeing the items get ticked off, like checked off and completed. It's very satisfying. So thank you.
Thank you. Helen?
Yes, thank you very much. Just a couple of general comments. Every time I open up OpenGov, I get a message that says, do I want to take a survey? And if I do take the survey, I'm going to get some wonderful prize. It takes me at least 5 different windows to get it closed. And am I the only one that's getting this, or do we all go through this process? It's happened to me probably for the last month.
I do
So
not get that, so I would suggest that you do a virtual meeting with Sylvia so that maybe you guys can share screens or something and she can help you with that.
Okay, great. That'd be good. And then another thing that I didn't want to let drop, Sylvia mentioned something about how we are really lacking in our planning. And I really do want to say that I agree with her wholeheartedly. And I think we're just really taking a chance and not being prepared for the development that is probably going to come. I don't think the neighborhood office zoning has been looked at for probably 15 years, if not longer. I think I was one of the ones who actually helped write those. And I think that there's a potential for neighborhood office to be coming down Brody, if not neighborhood commercial. I don't think we're prepared for any of that, for any kind of development on Brody Lane. And let's see, let me look at my notes here real quick. So yes, so please do that. Please start looking at the zoning and for neighborhood commercial, neighborhood office, and other if you want to, including residential. But also know that there is a committee called Planning and Environmental Committee. I don't think we've been asked to do anything planting. I say we, P&E, been asked to do anything planning for several years. We do the same old thing year after year, which is look at the different plans that are already in place.
Amen.
Okay, so whoever that was, thank you. So please let us be involved. I feel like the P&E is kind of, maybe the other committees, we're just kind of out there now. Things come up, and do we get or are we asked to help, give advice? No, we're not. The council just goes ahead and does it on their own, and this is happening for the last several years. So I'd like to see that fixed in some way if possible. And then I'm going to jump down to a couple other things real quickly because I'm not going to sit here for the rest of the meeting. I think it's agenda item number 12. When you got the office space for the public works, and I was noticing that Sam and Daniel apparently don't have an office anymore, and I think that's really a shame because they're valued employees, and I'm not sure why they couldn't be in the vacant office, or that there couldn't be some.
That's not true. That's not true. That's
What?
not true.
They have an office?
Preliminary information.
Okay, so they do have an office.
They have offices now, yes. There's been discussion about moving them, but nothing's been set in stone. There's plenty of office space for everybody. The proposal that's out there has them using a shared space because they are mostly out in the field.
Oh, that's fine. But what I didn't see was that they were on here at all. And so the shared space is fine with me. I wouldn't care.
No,
I don't know how they feel about it. I'm just wanting to point that out on the diagram, and I'm not going to be here for that part of the discussion. So if they're covered, then I'm happy. Thank you very much.
Do we have any additional citizen comments? Anybody who wants to speak to an item that's not on the agenda? Okay, we'll move straight into reports. Sylvia, could you please quickly pull up the mayor's dashboard? Council members, we are now in the annual sprint before the election. And so please notice on 9:15, there are way too many items. There is no way that I can put all of those on the agenda, especially if we're going to start at 5, do a work session and get the budget approved. So if you know there's an item on here that you either are just not going to get to this year, please just have me delete it. I could move it over to my tab 1 where I've created basically what's going to be a handoff list to the next mayor. So anything that I know was an issue this year but either didn't get addressed or didn't get closed out, I've moved to what I'm calling a transition list, which I'm hoping the next mayor will take into consideration with the next council and potentially take into their work session retreat to find prioritization for next year. So if there's something on here you know we can't finish before the election, if you would please just voluntarily say, let's move that to transition item. Or if you know you're not going to have it ready for the 15th, let me know now or let Sylvia know soon. Otherwise, just know we'll have an overly stuffed agenda and we'll be not able to get to all of it.
Mayor, can you ask for a motion to continue?
Yes, council members, we need a motion to continue since we've passed 9 o'clock. Councilmember Medicus.
So move.
Councilmember Reitz.
Second.
Great. All those in favor, please submit your vote. Sylvia, please read the vote back once you have it. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. If the motion passes, we will continue not later than 10 o'clock this evening. And I'm actually confident that we might be able to get through the rest of the agenda.
Councilmember Medicus, yes. Councilmember Reeds, aye. Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Gonzalez, aye. Councilmember.
Did you get all 5, Sylvia? There you go. You cut off. Did you get all 5?
Yes, all in favor.
Okay. So council members, please raise your hand if you know if there's any items on here that you're not going to have ready on the 15th or items that you are prepared to just move off the list for this year. Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Gonzalez, you're unmuted on my side.
Sorry, Mayor. The items that I have are dependent on staff.
Okay.
Roxy, if you can give me comment, because I think you were going to get back to me on return of the grievance item, and I haven't heard or seen that one yet. Sylvia put that date of Atlas 14 for when she was going to do that report, and the other one is related to the pond. So those are all kind of almost all of my things are essentially staff reports or staff doing that. So I just need to know what staff's doing with it.
Got it. Okay. So Sylvia and Roxy, can you weigh in on?
This is Roxy. I am working through the grievance processes and doing that, and I'm trying to have it completed and forwarded to the city council in preparation for the next meeting on the 15th.
Okay, so that should hopefully just be an approval, since we've already gone over it, and it's merely her making it legal, so that should stay. And the rest is stuff that the city administrator was following up on, and so I'm
Sylvia,
just waiting for
for item 13, status floodplain, will that be ready on the 15th, or does it need to be moved?
No, the only thing that's not going to be ready is number 16.
Okay, so we
I've
can bump
moved
that.
that. I've moved that to the 10th. And then Councilmember Gonzalez, Sylvia, you had sent me a reminder of the items that are currently in 19 and 20, and I think you had put Councilmember Gonzalez, but I wanted to actually confirm if she was the sponsor. I thought that I remembered it being a combination of Councilmember Medicus, Reitz, and Gonzalez that had touched on both of those. So who is my sponsor for bringing back the FireWise plan, which I think also includes specifications on wildfire mitigation?
I've never been in on that one, Mayor.
Okay. Is that, Sylvia, do you know who is the
That was a Medicus Reitz.
Okay, and so Councilmember Medicus and Councilmember Reitz.
So that was a request from me to have the chief look at evacuation.
So I have that listed as 20 as a separate thing, which is planned for
Okay.
evacuating high-risk residents. And then I
Yes.
added to that just an evacuation plan. So whether you're high risk or not, so both high-risk residents, but also just what the evacuation plan is for each of our
Yes.
streets.
So
Yes.
19 and 20 are slated for the P&E agenda in October, so they won't be ready for council consumption yet.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that an okay timeline for both of you, Councilmember Medicus and Councilmember Reitz?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and so that would put it at a post-election, which means I'm going to move those just so they don't get lost. I'm going to move them over to tab 1, which is mayor's transition items, which means it'll be up to the next mayor to track those and ensure that they get brought back to council. Everybody still has hot mics, so if that doesn't make sense, say so now. Okay, Councilmember Medicus, was there anything else you wanted to add?
Can you hear me?
No, that's why you have a hot mic, but I hadn't heard you, so I wondered if you were, yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I lost the little control part that lets me unmute myself. It's gone off my screen. So, yeah, I'm fine with that because it was, our request was that it went to committees and the committees haven't had a meeting. Now they're not meeting in September, so they won't look at that until October.
Okay, then I've moved that over to transition items, so that way it doesn't get lost. It'll get picked up hopefully by the next mayor. Okay, any other items on here that we
Mayor,
know?
I think item number 12 was coming off because it's in the administrative report at this meeting.
So I want to ask tonight when when we get there, I'm going to ask the two sponsors if they want anything else to come back or if they're satisfied with it just being in the admin report. Councilmember Medicus, are you wanting to still put your hot item on the 15th?
Mayor, that item, I've submitted it last month. It's basically just a update of the guidelines and the form. And I believe it would probably go in consent once everybody gets a chance to look at it. So I don't anticipate that being a big item.
Okay, not a big item and done.
Correct.
Councilmember Rosengarten, Impact Fee Advisory Committee, is that something that we want on the 15th? Is it ready or does it need to be moved?
That I would rely on staff to tell me.
Sylvia?
That's just appointing the advisory committee and appointing council as the advisory committee. I don't know if Public Works wants to weigh in on that.
Yeah, it wouldn't seem like it would be a very difficult project. So I don't know why it would need to go to Public Works. It's basically setting policy on should we incorporate impact fees or not.
Correct.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember
I
Gonzalez.
don't think that Public Works is the committee that I think would do that. I mean, they tend to shy away from the financial sorts of things, and they would, I think, do that to. I'm not sure what the right committee is, but I'll just say that every time it's been financial, they've shied away from it and they've gone with something else. So I think what other committee would look at it?
None. I think
Finance.
it goes directly to council, because even when you take it to the finance committee, the chair says this is a policy issue, and anytime it's a policy issue, it needs to go to council.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm just saying I don't think that Public Works, if you were going to punt, I wouldn't punt there personally.
Yeah, you and I are saying the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, there might be another one like, I don't know, zoning or something. I'm just trying to think of who else it would be, but I don't think I doubt Public Works would jump in on that.
This is basically land development. Do we incorporate impact fees so that if someone developed a piece of property, that it costs us, the city, a lot of money in order to do infrastructure, that they help pay for part of that? So do we need to take it to zoning? Do we need to take it to, no, not Board of Adjustments. Zoning would be the closest, but yet they're going to say the same thing. It's a policy issue. Policy issues need to go to council. So we can send it twice if need be, and or if there's a lot of discussion. If there's not a lot of discussion, we can at least put it on the agenda and talk about it. And then if zoning feels like we need to have it, then we simply go ahead and refer it, once it's on the agenda, refer it to zoning.
Okay, I think that what's helpful when we send something to a committee is if it's pre-work, where we can't do this. This seems like this is probably a staff creation, and if there's anything that staff in their creation thinks it needs to go to zoning for, then we would do that. Otherwise, I think it would be just created and brought to council. That would be my opinion. But in the creation, Sylvia, if you have thoughts. But I'm thinking zoning would be more the people who'd have input, if anybody. And but I think it's a staff creation, because I don't know that anybody else is going to have the skill set, right? That's what we use our committees for, is either people who have time to think about a thing longer than we do, or a skill set. And I'm not seeing that in this case.
It will eventually go to zoning, but the policy establishment itself has to be at the council level, and then zoning goes into execution and implementation and application of the fee itself.
It sounds like we're all in agreement.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And so Sylvia, the status of floodplain information, does that need to be on the 15th, or does it?
I'm muted. That's the same thing as Atlas 14.
Oh, okay. So that's the same thing. So same question. Where does it need to be?
Atlas 14 is fine. Yes, it's fine. She didn't want a whole lot more information on that. Update to the future land use map and the zoning map. That probably needs to be moved.
Which one did you say needs to be moved?
Number.
Not the number, the list, because I'm in the numbers don't correlate anymore. Oh, unless you're in the live document.
I'm sorry, update the flume.
Okay, you said that's not going to be ready?
No.
What are we waiting for?
Well, I'm just thinking it's a full agenda.
Okay. And then the lift station, does that need to move?
No, depends on, that's going to depend on tonight.
Okay, and so now I'm going to mute everybody and go back to the agenda. So now on to staff reports. So Sylvia, do you want to lead the staff reports for the evening?
Yes. Okay. So the Lone Oak letter to residents has, is going to go out, should have gone out today. asking for their input on the no parking at the in front of the Lone Oak property, basically, which is, I believe, 558 feet. We did receive the Uplands valuation report that is attached. We did correct it from the initial report. Councilmember Medicus had found a report that said imminent zoning. There was never a discussion about imminent zoning. It was about what would potentially the highest and most intense use be, which is highway commercial. And I don't
Sylvia,
know
is that, Sylvia, while you're on that topic, isn't that also how we valued it when we purchased it?
correct. I don't know why
So for me, that was an important factor in reminding residents. That's how we valued it when we justified spending the city's money. So I don't know why we would change that in creating a current day valuation. Could you also speak to the, could you speak to TxDOT? Because I saw that came up on at least 2 or 3 of the comments from residents, which is there still is a misconception as to whether or not we have curb cuts. We do. It was confirmed from TxDOT that we do have 2 curb cuts that could be used, although they would prefer that they be scooted down. And it's possible that if somebody were to develop the whole thing, they might not need both of those. But
correct. So there are 2 curb cuts. TxDOT would want us to move them closer to both Sunset Trail and Master Sergeant Oregon, I believe, just because of the exit ramp and things. But yes, there are 2 curb cuts allowed, and we do have that in writing from TxDOT. My report is not opening up on my computer. Can you guys see anything? I'm blank.
No, we're seeing a blank screen. Can you, the only other thing, and council members may have other questions, but I did have, do we know you or are there any council members that can speak to how off the valuation might be based on it having been done in 2 pieces versus 1?
How off the valuation might be?
Yes, since the valuation was done as 2 separate pieces of property, even though it's highly unlikely that we or somebody else would want to sell or develop it as 2 separate pieces of property, had it been valued from the start as one piece of property, would that have increased or changed the final valuation?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. And then council members, while we're on this item, do we have any questions or comments? And then to Councilmember Reitz and Ellett, is this sufficient having it be in an admin report, or do you want to see it come back as an agenda item? And if so, could you specify to Sylvia and I what you would want to see as additional information, or does this satisfy the council request for the valuation? Councilmember Ellett?
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I think it does satisfy, and probably, and I'll ask Councilmember Reitz to see if she agrees with me on this. It seems we're both sponsoring it. If staff could get back with a list as an action report and present it in the next admin report on the 15th. A couple of questions come to mind. The clarification on the curb cuts was one. If that could come back in a summary from the staff. I think the interesting point you just made, Mayor, about it was valued this way because this is how it was purchased. If we could detail that as well. I'd ask Councilmember Reitz if she agrees with that and what else she would like to see coming back.
I'm fine with those 2 items. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
And so
do either of you,
Sure.
Councilmember Reitz or Ellett, have any? Am I just off in? It's not an issue as to whether or not the valuation itself may be off or lower than it should be based on it being done as 2 separate parcels of land.
I think I was surprised that. Go ahead, Councilmember Reitz. I'm sorry.
I just think that's a good question, and I really don't know the answer, but that is a very good question. So.
I think that is a good question. I think there was also some comps they used in property that was sold. I don't want to say distressed, but we're kind of almost in the distressed situation, which would have would have impacted the appraisal. But I've learned with appraisals, they're living, breathing. items. I was surprised it was as low as it was. I thought it would be higher. I think we also have to take into account right now that certain pieces of property are being impacted by COVID. I mean, so I don't know if this is or not, but I think if we can get those two questions answered, and any other information that Sylvia could put together, say this is something that would have impacted it, not a personal, I'm not asking her to cast opinion on this, but just facts. So we could get that in the admin report so we can be enlightened further and not have to put this on the agenda for 9:15.
Great. And Sylvia, how I would like for you to do that is similar to what you did for the farmers market today. If this valuation could be included in a singular PDF, but where you have a cover page basically that says, here are very important high level facts that often get distorted within the community, i.e., it's not just that there are physical curb cuts, it's that TxDOT has also confirmed those curb cuts grandfather and get to be utilized when the property is developed up to 2, the caveat being they have declared where they want them to be, which is to scoot farther down to 90. The other 2 things that were brought up, and then Sylvia, was there anything else that you heard from the input that you got that would be helpful to include in a 1 to 2 page summary?
No, on the uplands or from TxDOT?
On the upland. So for us to provide, if we're going to do, create a cover page that summarizes, these are the things that are most often confused. The curb cut for me is a big one because I see that continues to be discussed within the community. The idea that you would have a commercial property that we would have paid commercial price for it, but that it doesn't have 290 access, because that just is illogical and not true.
I will clarify that. And like I said, I have it in writing from TxDOT.
Okay, so the curb cut item, the why it was valued at highway commercial, it's a question mark as to whether or not this would have been valued differently had the appraiser been aware that we're not looking to, that the highest and best use, in my opinion, is not to look at it as 2 separate parcels, but to look at it as 1 parcel, because if we're not going to cut through Pillow, that becomes part of the property that can be developed. And I think certainly if we were to do something in the future, that increases the value of that property to have it be 1 unified property.
I would agree.
Yep.
And so I don't know if we want to put that in the summary so that later if people reference this valuation, we can just say, we did this valuation as an exercise so that we could have a current estimate, not because we were looking to sell the property, but because we wanted to ensure that we could tell residents what our assets were worth, and maybe add that as a caveat. This question came up, but it wasn't worth pursuing with additional money. Meaning we're not going to go back to the appraiser and say, please do a round 2 based on this question, correct?
Correct. Well, that's up to the council, but that would be my, because it really was just to gain a litmus of where we were.
Right. Okay, then we will have that as a single PDF so that it can also be referenced in the future, not as a piecemeal. So it'll have the summary page plus the valuation. And so for the sponsors, is that all you need? And we can consider that complete?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And that would be presented as an admin report on the 15th, correct?
Yes.
Or sooner, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, Sylvia, keep trucking through the staff reports.
And then the other one was Councilmember Gonzalez had asked about any bulk limits that were going to be limited by TDS. And there is a limit. It's essentially the size of a washer and dryer right next to each other. So, a sofa, those kinds of things are available to be picked up twice a year under your proposal, with a resident calling and setting up their own schedule as opposed to waiting for staff. We've had no other COVID cases. We had a staff member who is ill but has tested negative for COVID. The chickens on Reese, there's an email included in your packet from Chief Carter, and this is going to warrant some review of the code on, animals and livestock allowed in the residential areas. It sounds funny, but a lot of cities have what we call urban chicken ordinances that really do limit size and the amount of chickens, roosters, et cetera, that you can have on a residential piece of property. Again, this is to Penny's point, there were no committee meetings held for the month of October. And we'll go through, sorry, I had to go through the back door to get that report to open. I'm not sure what was going on. Carolyn, you want to go through the Public Works report really quickly?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to highlight a couple things that I can't see the report right now, but I don't think they're on there. We're finalizing some bids for striping, doing the one-way signs on Sunflower Trail, as well as finalizing some things on some repairs to the mortared walls at the ERW pond. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Councilmember Medicus.
Just a clarification on the admin report. Sylvia, I believe you said there were no committee meetings in October?
Until October.
Until October. Okay,
Mhm.
Just want to make sure. Thanks.
Chief Public Safety.
Councilmember Ellett, did you have a question?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, just a question. When can we expect the next update on the saga of the pond?
Again, that's going to depend on tonight and the action with the engineers. Roxy and I are waiting to.
Yep, you did mention that. I'm sorry. You did mention that. Thank you.
Sylvia, was there anything else for any of the reports?
So Chief, do you want to cover the Public Works? I'm sorry, the Public Safety report? Chief Carter? He is muted. Chief? Oh, Chief?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I didn't have much to ask to say. For the past two meetings, I know I've mentioned that we've noticed an uptick in activity, and I just wanted to point out that for the past 2 weeks, about 4 or 5 days a week, we've been doing foot patrols on the trails to kind of see if any situation out there is changing, to monitor conditions out there. So far, we haven't really seen any problems out in the trails, but we're going to continue the foot patrols at least 3 to 5 times a week. And then in October, we're going to bring back some of the bicycle patrols to the residential areas and the shopping centers. So we're going to continue to do what we can to maintain order and be able to respond to any increased activity or anything that's occurring in the city.
Chief, have you had, I know you and I have discussed this, to the extent you want to share, how much more would you say the officers are patrolling based on the homeless camps being just on the outside of the city?
Well, our shoplifting activity and again our mental health calls have increased. I can't give a specific number, but it seems like we're going to more of these mental distress calls pretty much on a daily basis over in the shopping center. So the call load is definitely picked up. We went from, I believe we had close to 317 calls in June, and then we jumped up to 470 or so total calls in July. So the calls are definitely picking up. They cleaned up under the underpass at Westgate twice, and we definitely noticed an increase in disturbances throughout the day immediately following the cleanups. But it's a situation that we're monitoring, and again, we're responding with, we're going to bring back bicycle patrols. We haven't done that since I've been here, and we're making plans to pick those up in October as well.
Thank you. And you did, for residents who don't know, or council members who don't know, there was an incident I believe it was last Tuesday, where we had a homeless individual who was in the villas between 11 and midnight. knocking on doors and waking residents up. And thank you to the chief. You all handled it, but still it is, it's not fun for residents to experience that.
That was the second incident that day, similar incident that occurred. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, council members, do we have any questions for any of our staff members before we move on? Okay, that brings us to council consideration of agenda items for approval on consent. Councilmember Rosengarten.
Thank you. I know that the council has read and understands the following agendas and would agree to approve each, so putting them on consent renders the same result. Thus, I move to approve agenda item number 8, meeting minutes, number 9, new engineer, number 10, Haney and Company, number 11, restrictive covenants, number 12, staff move, number 13, 311 portal, number 14, budget and award recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve. Councilmember Reitz, you are unmuted, or you are second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. So now, council members, if there are any items you want to remove, you do not need to explain why you're removing them. You just need to say remove and list the number. Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Gonzalez, you are self-muted.
Sorry.
Now
my same item. Well, my same items of 311 and GFOA, and the move.
Could you give me the agenda numbers?
Let me get to the.
If I see it first, I'll.
Yeah, I don't have the agenda up. I have to. I'm on a different page.
So okay, so you want to remove
12, 13, and 14.
You want to move all three of those, Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yeah, 311, GFOA, and the move. And it was 50. What was 50? Was 15 on it or no?
No, it was not. So that leaves, with the items you've removed, that leaves 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Yeah, 8's good. 9's good. 10 is good, and 11 is good.
Great, thank you. Any other council members, please raise your hand if you want to remove anything else. We now have, for approval on consent, items number 8, 9, 10, and 11. Council members, if you would please cast your vote. All those in favor say aye, those opposed say nay. And Sylvia, if you would please read the vote back once you have it.
Okay, Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Ellett, aye. Councilmember Reitz, yes. Councilmember Medicus, yes. I'm waiting on Councilmember Gonzalez. Yes.
Thank you. So we approved on consent items number 8, approve the meeting minutes from August 18th, 2020. Item number 9, consider an act on accepting a letter of resignation from Miller Gray and Associates and appointing Freeland Turk as the city's engineer pursuant to RFQ from January 7th, 2020. Item number 10, act on engaging Haney and Company as the audit firm for fiscal year 20 for an amount not to exceed $45,000. And item number 11, act on a restrictive covenant with Town Bridge Homes at 4800 US Highway 290, a no access onto Stern Lanes covenant. That brings us now to item number 12. Consider an act on moving the administration staff to the Public Works Building. And this has joint sponsors, Councilmember Rosengarten and Ellett. So Sylvia, I will let you provide anything that you think is relevant. I will then unmute the two sponsors. And then I'm going to assume that Councilmember Rosengarten has questions since she removed it from the consent list.
Councilmember Gonzalez removed it.
Yes.
So this has been a topic of discussion in terms of being able to create a more functional space within where all of the staff is right now. Carolyn and Public Works are over in the other building, and we are in City Hall. Some of the furniture that's in City Hall, Susanna specifically, is broken and in need of repair, plus the need for storage space and those kinds of things. So there's been a discussion of also potentially making City Hall a welcome center, but those ideas haven't really been fleshed out. Right now is primarily get us all under one roof and allow us to be in a more collaborative space.
And if the two sponsors, if you want to add anything, and then I will open it to questions from council or others.
There's the floor plan. Sorry, I missed that. There's the floor plan, and here's the discussion that Helen raised. There was a discussion to move the supervisors into this shared office space back here. Right now, this was a space where 4 to 6 people, if not more, were situated. Even fully staffed, we have 4 people, the 2 supervisors and the 2 techs, so there is ample space here. Right now, they currently occupy where the accountant is in a vacant office. So if necessary, they could remain in the office space and we could convert the existing plan room to office space. So there's ample space within the Public Works building.
That's what I was going to say. And then that way it allows City Hall to be more of a visitor center / council hall. People could then have more events at City Hall without feeling like they're interrupting city staff during the day. If they wanted to go and play cards or go and do the Penny Seedles program, you feel more relaxed and it's your place then. So instead of finding building a new building for community events, right there is a building that we can use for those purposes.
Councilmember Elliott, you don't need to keep raising your hand because you have a hot mic.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. I just want to add to what Councilmember Rosengren said. This is a win-win for everybody here. First of all, it improves the ease of management, number one. Number two, staff gets to move into a nicer place with better equipment, better desks. I was at City Hall this morning talking to 2 employees in the admin department, and they were really looking forward to moving over there. Number 3, we free up some space that can be used by the residents, hopefully when COVID is over, that they can do some programs or even use it as a Zoom location for virtual thing. And as one staff member pointed out to me this morning, started to identify equipment that we would not need if we were in one location. So it's a win-win across the board. So I just want to echo Councilmember Rosengren's comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And so with that, do we have any? I will mute the sponsors. Please raise your hand if you want to speak to this issue. And then, of course, if there's not additional input, I'll be looking for a motion. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Just a couple of questions. Am I audible? Mayor?
Sorry, sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
No problem. Just a couple of questions. So if we're willing to, I think part of the concern was those people losing their offices, and that part was a little bit of a concern. Also, the office that they're talking about moving into only if they were sharing it, only has one phone, which can be remedied. But these are just things that I wanted to make sure got addressed, and I didn't. And I also was kind of saying, who's going to be, and how will that other? It seems either that you'll lock it down totally, and then you have to have someone who's in charge of doing it if you have no person in the main hall, and just supervision of that property. So that I just think that there's some other things that need to be paid attention to and discussed. I'm not opposed to this, but I wanted to hear all of that, and I wanted to make sure those other points were addressed where people weren't without offices, who were used to having offices, because that's a big emotional issue if you had an office and then you don't have an office. And so I want to make sure that was handled, and especially because I knew there was only one phone in the other one, and they were saying there was no cost associated. I want to make sure that if we needed to have some money for this move, that we did have money for this move. And then my concerns about, I really did want to hear what the plan was for City Hall, and it doesn't sound like there is one yet.
Sylvia, do you want to speak to those issues?
Correct. There is no specific plan for City Hall, although what's been bounced around has been exactly that, used for the residents. We do have some residents who before COVID would come and conduct business. They would either borrow the conference room, or if we were in the conference room, would be in the City Hall area. So this would allow some dedicated space. And then you heard everybody tonight with the storage concerns.
Okay, well, I'll just toss my security concern out there. Thank you for the information. I don't have a big stop in my mind. I just really needed the information. Thank you for letting me have it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosengarten?
I'm fine with a vote.
Okay, Councilmember Rosengarten?
Again, just reiterating, when residents want to use City Hall during the daytime, in the past, they felt like they were interrupting or noisy for staff still working. So now the residents can use it and not feel like they're interrupting somebody's work time if they're doing it during the daytime. At night, they can work arrangements to get in and get out. So it's very simple. It, like Councilmember Ellett said, it's a win-win. We have a facility that feels more like our facility to use. And we've got storage space. The desks look horrible in the accounting department. There's plenty of room in the Public Works building for everybody to have a desk. It's all new, and they have new computers over there. Everything's already set up. It's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And we don't have to now build a community center on the uplands, and we don't have to fight the perception that we overbuilt in the public workspace, because we will find a way to utilize it. And Councilor Rosengarten, you have pointed out, and others have pointed out over the years, that City Hall itself, because it was phase one, this is also the best way for any maintenance that we might need to do on that building, whether it's, roof, door, window, that sort of stuff. It'll be a lot easier to assess and cheaper to actually do those things with staff members out.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion from you or from Councilmember Ellett?
I will move that we approve agenda item number 12.
Great. Councilmember Ellett, are you our second?
I am definitely seconding it, yes.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any additional discussion on this item? If so, please raise your hand if you want to add any additional discussion. Councilors, please cast your votes. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Cast your votes via chat. And Sylvia, if you would please read the votes back once you have them.
Okay. Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Gonzalez, aye. Councilmember Ellett, aye. Councilmember Medicus, yes. Councilmember Reeds, yes.
Great. And so that is unanimous, correct?
Correct. Susanna is, I'm sure, clapping away somewhere.
I didn't want to say that and be over, yes. So for Susanna, it's a huge plus for her. She's going to get to be in a much nicer office now. We are now moving to item number 12. That's the one we just finished. Item number 13, presentation and council deliberation and possible approval of an ordinance for a revised process for use of the citizen portal, formerly known as Mobile 311. I'm the sponsor of this. To me, this is similar to the last item. For me, this is a no-brainer, which is one, quit calling it Mobile 311, because that is not what it is. It is actually a software program that the city pays money for every year and that we manage. So my first request was that we call it a citizen portal or whatever. I don't care what the name is, just not Mobile 311, because you're not using your mobile phone and you're not dialing 311. And more importantly, that we use it. And if we use this, and whether it's residents inputting it or if we just ensure that staff members are properly trained that if you get something from a resident, the first thing you need to do is enter it here. That way we actually have a proper centralized location for resident issues, and we have a way to properly track them and report them to council members on a monthly basis, which was something I had requested, and I think it happened once or twice and then it died down. So I would really like for council members to have that benefit of being able to see it with their own eyes, see the actual list of questions and inquiries, because even if stuff gets closed out, it is helpful for council members to see what type of issues residents are bringing up, even if they are closed out easily. And then at the end of the year, or at whatever time, it allows staff to more accurately tell and report what issues residents are having, because there's actually a written record. That's all I have. Sylvia, if you want to add anything.
Nope, that's perfect.
Okay, and so I would of course be looking for a motion to approve this. But if there are questions, please raise your hand or provide a motion to approve. Councilmember Reitz.
I make the motion to approve.
Thank you. Councilmember Ellett, are you the second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second. At this point, do we have any additional questions? Oh, wait. Okay, there. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor.
There you go.
I pull this because there's absolutely positively nothing that requires us to change it to use it. And we've used it, we've had it for a year, so I think there are problems with it, which I have said before, that I think need to be fixed rather than just institutionalizing. And then if we go another year and it's still not working, then we should get rid of it rather than institutionalize a problem. So I don't see why it requires, other than the city administrator directing staff to use it, if that's all it is. If it's about making council use it or making citizens use it in order to get a response, then that's a different issue. I think that needs to be discussed. So that was my concern with this going on approval.
Councilor Gonzalez, did you say that we've had this for a year?
Did we not pay for this? Did we not pay for this in the last budget system?
No, and so that kind of goes again to the point of why I wanted this agenda item. We've had this for many years. We've had this system in place for I don't know how many years, and it just sort of sat in a corner. And I actually didn't pay any attention to it, and it came to my attention because residents actually did complain, and they said, why have a system like this if it isn't the central system? So that's kind of where my journey with this started. And I kind of felt stupid that I'd been an elected official for, at that point, I think 7 or 8 years. I didn't even know what they were talking about. I had seen it on the website, and because it said Mobile 311, I had never clicked on it. So I didn't even know we had a citizen portal. And to the issue of staff, I think part of this is to help Sylvia and whoever is mayor to make it so that is something that council has clearly voted on it and said there's 2 expectations we have, and it's not on residents, it's on staff. And it's that, one, if a resident hasn't input it, you do have a duty, it's part of your job to input inquiries that you get from residents if it's not here. And 2, that there's a staff obligation to bring it back in a monthly report. Councilmember Rosengarten.
I have used this numerous times when residents, and that's what they do. They come directly to the council member and report a problem rather than taking it right to 311 portal. And so I just go right into 311 portal and report it, and then put that resident's name on it so they know that that person is the one who found the issue. So if anybody wants to follow up with that resident, they can. But it's excellent. It's easy. And so I don't know what doesn't work about it.
And for residents who want to complain about their neighbors, but they don't want a record of it, I think this helps both council members and staff sort of say, well, okay, if you don't want it to be reported here in a public place, then don't expect action on your complaint. Sylvia, is there anything else you want to add before the call for the vote?
No, other than this is an onus for staff. It is not an onus for residents. It is not an attempt to cut off the residents or anything like that. Some of the stuff that I've heard out there.
Okay, council members, please cast your votes. And Sylvia, if you would please read the vote back. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay.
Councilmember Gonzalez, nay. Councilmember Medicus, yes. Councilmember Reeds, yes. Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Ellett, aye.
Thank you. That brings us now to item number 14. Presentation, council deliberation, and possible action regarding direction to staff to pursue a distinguished budget presentation award granted by the Government Finance Officers Association within the next 3 years. Same thing, I'll leave Sylvia with an open mic and the two sponsors if they want to add anything. I expected this to pass on consent, so I don't have anything to add to it other than I think it's a great idea. And if we get the award, it's good for the city. It's also something that I think Susanna actually, it gives her something to aim towards.
Correct. And it also, being members of the GFOA also opens up a whole group of people Susanna can bounce ideas off and go and get help. And there's a tremendous amount of resources within the GFOA.
Councilmember Reeds and Councilmember Ellett, you both have hot mics if you want to add to this as the sponsors.
Yes, I just would like to add that it is it's another step in our move to more transparency. And what it also does, it standardizes the budget format. And I think that's important because our budget, as we all saw, it's not that easy to understand. And so the more it's in a standard format year after year, I think the more it will be more understandable and more transparent. So I highly recommend this. And I would like to make the motion to approve this agenda item.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Councilmember Ellett, same thing. You are unmuted as the sponsor, so you have a hot mic.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Do we have any additional comment on this? Councilmember Gonzalez, please raise your hand if you do want, because I know you pulled it, so I want to make sure you have an opportunity if you want to add. Councilmember Gonzalez, you have the floor.
I think you should have known, Mayor, because we went back and forth on this one. But I will say that my resistance to this is not that we do it, but that we because I'm fine with us doing it. I just don't. When we were saying it's an essential service, I don't think it meets that threshold. I think it's more along. If it was this important, we've had the same city administrator who's been watching this for 2 years, and this information is publicly available. Why haven't we been using it? And it doesn't cost us anything because the information is there.
Today is my 1 year.
The format of it for the budget has gone through twice, and so I'll give a pass on last year, but this year it could have come through, and the budget could have been formatted this way if it in fact didn't take additional time. So I'm being told that it doesn't take additional time and effort, and so I don't understand why we haven't done it. But I get that people want to do it, and I'm not going to argue about it. I'm just going to vote no on it. So it's fine. I've said my piece, and we're good.
I think a lot of that is resistance to change, period. It's how the Budget and Finance Committee wanted to see things. There's a lot of reasons why, but we're at the point now where I believe everybody understands more clearly what is being presented. And it truly is presenting some dialogue with the budget, not just the budget worksheets and numbers. We have a lot of dialogue that happens within committees and at the council, and that's very important dialogue. It's really important to make sure you incorporate that. So when the residents read a budget document, it's reading an interesting book. It's not just reading numbers and not really being able to heads or tails of what's in it.
And I would just add I watched the struggle and the feet dragging in budget and finance this year. If you had actually pushed this through this year, you would have had absolute revolt. They would have taken your head off. There's no way you could have implemented this over the last 12 months. Councilmember Rosengarten?
I think this is equal to continuing education for staff because it consistently causes them to be more and more proficient in order to apply for this award. So I think it's a win. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
I guess I'm confused then, Mayor, because I was told that this would not impact the budget process at all. And so that's a disconcerting piece of information at this point, if
I
that's
didn't
the
just give
case.
you an additional piece of information. I'm responding to what you just said. You just said to Sylvia, you've been here 2 years. I'll give you a pass on the first budget, but I'm not going to. You just indicated that there's something that she could have done for free, therefore not necessitating this. And I was
Okay,
just
so
speaking to generally, she couldn't have done anything else different this year. There was already.
Okay. What I have in my notes from this that I could read back if I need to is that this only impacts the presentation of the budget, that this does not impact the process at all. Is that not accurate?
I have no idea. Again, this was presented to me. I'm not a sponsor. I don't know why this did not pass on consent. So Sylvia, I will let you and the sponsors take that question.
Correct. It's format and presentation. Format and presentation. It's not going to affect the budget, but OpenGov was just a change in format, and OpenGov caused all kinds of consternation. Any change for the sake of change has been difficult. And so this is just a baby step in that direction. No, it's not going to impact the budget process. We're still going to comb through line by line. What's important here, and what I shared with you and Michael Francis and everybody else who asked, which is the information that's over on the right-hand side, format presentation, incorporating retreat goals, making sure that we're meeting our goals, making sure that our budget matches the goals, and again, formatting and presenting it in a way that the residents understand it.
Okay, well, I have no additional information, and I'm fine with calling the vote.
Councilors, I don't see any additional hands raised. So Charles, you're our final speaker this evening, and then we have to close out the meeting. Charles.
Okay, hello. Yeah, I've been with you all night tonight, so I'm glad I got the opportunity to jump in right at the last moment. I actually fell asleep in the middle of this meeting. I hate to say, I'm sounding like an old man, but hey, I just wanted to let everyone know, I mean, just an opportunity for me to jump in, and I'm all for this. I mean, I'm on the Budget and Finance Committee, you know, and not all of us are resistant to change. I just wanted to get that in. And I'm glad to see it. I'm very pleased with, looking forward to how this changes our format and hopefully that mystical, magical process that we keep talking about. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Council members, if you would please cast your vote via chat. Sylvia, if you would please read the vote back once you have it. And council members, while you are casting your votes, we are now at 10:03. We are required by ordinance to close the meeting no later than 10. We have one final item, which is presentation, council deliberation, and possible action regarding a potential future development plan for the area known as the Homestead. That will move to be the first action item on the agenda for 9:15 after our budget item. So I will place it after the budget workshop and after the adoption of the budget to ensure that that takes priority. At this time, after Sylvia reads us the vote on 14, I'll then be looking for a motion to adjourn.
Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Medicus, yes. Councilmember Ellett, aye. Councilmember Reeds, yes. Councilmember Gonzalez, nay.
Thank you. Motion passes. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Councilmember Reeds and Councilmember Rosengarten.
So moved.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned at 10:04.